department choir to render an item which will lead to us having an official opening through a national anthem. TMPD choir, the stage is yours. And we shall then observe the national anthem. If we could all rise as we are led by the TMPD choir. Thank you. we can have the last rendition so that we can get into the mood of today. I know that maybe some of us might, please take your seat. Some of you might be jealous of the TPD choir's outfits because you didn't bring your traditional attires, but you need to give them a round of applause for their voices at least. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the TMPD choir. And don't be fooled by these beautiful voices and the beautiful outfits. If you are found transgressing any of our bylaws, you will regret. You won't even think that it's the 20 people that were singing so nicely. But a big round of applause to our TMPD choir colleagues. The Executive Mayor, Speaker of Council, I am here in front of all of you to officially welcome everyone here as the choir is taking their exit. But before we start, I am going to also acknowledge the presence of Section 79 chairpersons that are here with us today. Councillor Flora Monama for Utility Services, Councillor Rubesta Mahinge, Civilian Oversight, Councillor Shrupi Khapani, Environment and Agricultural Department. As I've indicated, the City of Tshwane Executive Mayor, Nasipi Moya, is also in the house. The City of Tshwane Council Speaker, Councillor Mneti Zwanana, is also in the house. All councillors that are still to join us. Allow me to also acknowledge in our midst representatives from the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, led by the Chief Officer for Infrastructure, Date Kolisa, the City of Tshwane Senior Management, led by the Head of Health, Date Nkoko, the officials of the city. I'm also noting the presence of the diplomatic corps, and it is because one that has just entered is the tallest man in the house, then I couldn't miss to acknowledge that the Danish Embassy is also in our midst. I want to acknowledge also the civic movements that are here, distinguished gentlemen and ladies. I would like to say to all of you, we are going to be having a very insightful discussion today. But we also are acknowledging that today is the 1st of October. Nationally, it is also celebrated as the National Transport Month. But in the city of Tshwane, it is also important. That is where we start celebrating our purple bloom of our jacarandas. I hope you saw a very beautiful welcoming of those beautiful trees as you entered. And we are seeing that most of us have come to be accustomed with this purple color, particularly this time of the month and this time of the year. Without much ado, I'm going to hand over to the Speaker of Council, Councillor Mneti Zwanana, to come and render the welcoming address. Please energize him with a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Executive Mayor, distinguished guests, I greet you in the name of God. Amen. Azange nandiva ngikhuluma Mangela namhlanje. Program Director, Mr. Silo Mapanga and Ms. Dora Murama, the Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, City of Tshwane members of Mayoral Committee, Chief Operating Officer of the City of Tshwane, Ms. Vuyo Zitumane, SALGA Chief Officer, Infrastructure Delivery, Spatial Transformation Services, and Inclusive Committees, Mr. Mtobeni Kolisa, Local Government for Sustainable Advisor, Dr. McCann, and Mr. Dylan Bukes, officials of the City of Tshwane, City of Tshwane councillors, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here today pleased to welcome you all to the City of Tshwane, first ever Townhall Conference, two of the parties. A dynamic platform to localize the spirit and structure of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Conference of Parties, negotiations. It allows us to bring climate dialogue and decisions making to local level, engaging elected officials, technicians, experts, civil society, business, and academia to explore climate change mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, and resilience strategies in the local, relevant, and action-oriented format. Initially piloted in 2023 under the Take Climate Emergency banner, Townhall COPs have contributed immensely to the global stake-take process under the Paris Agreement, aligned with the CHIMP partnership framework launched in COP28. These engagements empower local government to actively shape national climate ambitions and implement grounded, actionable climate targets. Townhall COPs now serve as the vital bridge to multi-level climate governance, contributing directly to the formulation of South Africa's third national determined contribution to this submission in 2025 ahead of COP30. South Africa has begun its national consultation on nationally determined contribution 3.0. The last local government consultation was co-hosted by the Presidential Climate Commission and SALGA on the 28th, 2025, followed by the working group resolution on 13th March to 17 June 2025, calling on all provincial municipalities to host town hall COPs. The purpose of this town hall is simple but vital: to foster a productive and honest conversation on how to strengthen collaborations between municipal, political, and administration leadership, national and provincial government, civic society, the academia, and the private sector to deliver climate resilience and just transition outcome at local level. Raise awareness of the Climate Change Act, disaster risk reduction, and the just transition, ensuring a coherent multi-stakeholder approach to climate action. Localized the outcomes of the COP29 and integrate them into a municipal climate planning. Facilitate meaningful input from local communities into South Africa. Update national determined contribution 3.0 and the national position for COP30. Showcase the City of Tshwane Municipal Climate Project. Identify financing and capacity gaps and explore climate finance opportunities, including technical and adversary support. The City of Tshwane has several climate-related projects underway, ranging from large-scale energy production of localized water conservation effort. The city overall strategy is guided by its climate action plan, which aims to achieve net zero carbon emission and climate resilience of 2050. The city is leveraging alternative energy sources to reduce its reliance on ESCOM and carbon load shedding. This city council has approved lease of Pretoria West and Royal Power Station to generate up to 1,000 megawatts of alternative energy of 3 years, and the City of Tshwane was the first metro municipality in South Africa to introduce a green building development and net zero carbon building by law. And the city headquarters, where we are currently hosting this meeting, has received a 5-star green building rating. I think we need to applaud on that one. I welcome you all to the capital city of the Republic of South Africa, the city of Tshwane. I hope you productive and robust discussion, which I am confident will lead to valuable outcomes. I thank you.
I think we can energize him more with those welcoming words with a round of applause. Thank you, Speaker. We really are proud and honored to have you here. This is the man that ensures that there is order in this house whenever the council meets. So even today, with powers vested in him, it doesn't mean that when he's not seated up there, we are going to be disorderly. So we shall acknowledge your presence by being orderly, even starting with the time management. I think before I call upon the next speaker, let's allow everyone else to settle and also acknowledge those that have just joined us. I've also noted some of the heads of departments. That is here. He couldn't miss this because it was Transport Month, so he was going to just answer why was he not here, where was he. We also acknowledge colleagues from the environment and agriculture and all the colleagues that have managed to join us today. I've also noted from here Isaac from Ekurhuleni, my dear friend. We are honored to have you here, you and your team, and we hope that what we are doing here will also spread across. I'm informed that it is the third in the country, so we are hoping that before the actual COP that takes place in Brazil later next month, we would have had an opportunity for communities to express themselves. And I've got a request here that one of the colleagues has misplaced her mobile and glasses. So it's here. Oh, thanks. Thanks. You were able to see from far and it's just in front of me. Lutz, do your thing. Here is your stuff here. Thank you so much. Colleagues, without much ado, I'm going to ask that we put our hands together as we are receiving the message of support from the SALGA Chief Officer for Infrastructure, Delivery, Spatial Transformation Services, Inclusive Communities, Ntate Mtobeli Kolisa, our former colleague. Mr. Kolisa, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director. To the Program Directors, the Executive Mayor of the city, Dr. Nasipi Moya. Executive Mayor, I now know you are not an unsung hero. I heard the song. The Speaker of Council, Councillor Mzanan. The MMCs and the chairpersons of council committees that are present here, honorable councillors, partners from ICLEI, DFFE, civil society, youth representatives, city management and staff, and all stakeholders present here. I got to know that we also have the privilege of being joined by the Danish Embassy. Good morning to all of you. On behalf of the South African Local Government Association, I'm honored to offer this message of support at this inaugural Tshwane Townhall COP. This gathering is a powerful demonstration of what local leadership can achieve when it embraces the global climate agenda with boldness and vision. SALGA stands firmly behind the theme of this Townhall COP, local action, global impact. It reflects our conviction that municipalities are not just implementers of climate policy, They are drivers of transformation, custodians of resilience, champions of inclusive development. We commend the City of Tshwane for convening this multi-stakeholder platform, which aligns with the spirit of the Climate Change Act and the Just Transition Framework. These instruments call for whole of society participation, and today's event exemplifies that call. Bringing together government, civil society, youth, academia, and business to co-create climate solutions. It is important to highlight that cities are the worst impacted government institutions by climate change. They are the first and sometimes the only responders when communities, including business, are impacted by incidents that are a result of climate change. City infrastructure, including roads, water, wastewater, electricity infrastructure, is mostly impacted when we have incidents such as floods. Water provision is affected by droughts and heat waves. This does not only disrupt provision of services, it also negatively impacts the financial viability of cities, as they depend on this infrastructure to provide paid-for services. If not positioned well, cities also stand to lose from climate change mitigation measures of the transition. This is due to the way that they are constituted and funded. Under the current construct, the survival of cities and municipalities is dependent on high levels of consumption of water, electricity, and high levels of production of wastewater and solid waste. Where there is less consumption of water, electricity, and less production of waste and solid waste, the financial viability of cities is negatively affected. Unless cities position themselves to be the providers of alternatives to this, their financial viability will be negatively affected. Gatherings such as this one will help the city and its communities to formulate responses that reduce risks while maximizing potential benefits of the transition. This is a platform through which the city stakeholders must negotiate and agree on a climate change response targets and actions of the city. The commitment made by city constituencies, provincial and national government institutions, and as well as private sector and communities will aggregate to national commitments that will be taken to COP30 as South Africa. We are very aware that local government has the least impact on national policy formulation. It is a sphere with the least influence on policy both nationally and internationally. And it is a sphere with least resources. As a result, if change has to happen, global climate responses must incorporate empowering cities to play a significant role in shaping low-carbon society. As SALGA, our support will be in threefold. The first is policy and advocacy support. We continue to advocate for the full recognition of local government in national climate processes. The Townhall COP model, now endorsed by the local government, municipal authorities in the international climate change negotiations, and as well as the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnership Framework at an international level, are critical mechanisms for ensuring that municipal voices shape South Africa's climate ambition and COP30 country position. We participate in those particular platforms to ensure that the voice of the cities is heard, the voice of municipalities is heard. Our second form of support is capacity building and technical assistance. We are committed to strengthening municipal capacity for climate planning, budgeting, and implementation through partnerships with ICLE the Presidential Climate Commission, the Department of Environment and Forest and Fisheries, the Climate Foundation. We are rolling out tools, training, and advisory support to help municipalities integrate climate resilience into their integrated development plans and service delivery. Thirdly, we facilitate climate finance access. We recognize that ambition must be matched by resources. SALGA, in partnership with ICLEI and the Global Covenant of Mayors, is working to unlock climate finance for municipalities, whether through national allocations, donor partnerships, or innovative instruments. We are committing to support cities in identifying and accessing funding for adaptation, mitigation, and just transition projects. Colleagues, the risks of climate change are real, but so are the opportunities. Today, we are not just responding to a crisis. We are reimagining our cities, empowering our communities, and building a future that is just, green, and resilient. Let this Townhall COP be a catalyst of deeper collaboration, courageous leadership, and concrete action. SALGA is here to walk this journey with you every step of the way. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those words of encouragement and, of course, the expression of support. We really are looking forward to tap into that particular resource, especially on the capacity building space. And we appreciate also what SALGA has always been consistent in ensuring that the aspirations of local government are championed at the highest level. So thank you very much for your input. At this point, I think the last acknowledgements I'm going to make are the recognition for the UNICEF team that I've seen coming in while the speakers were in here, which I think the Speaker of Council will have to take some, the names down to say who has come in late in this hall so that they can answer. And normally the tradition is that you buy us lunch as you enter this hall late. But we really welcome. I'm told they are from TUT, based in TUT. So we've got TUT students here. Really? Can we have a drum roll for TUT, my alma mater? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And we really are honored to have you here. And I can not, spoil the next speaker's inputs because already she is smiling to hear that the future is here with us. And the leaders who will take the baton further are here to participate in that particular space of leadership. And as I am now moving to our next speaker, join me in calling upon and welcoming the Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, for the opening remarks. A round of applause.
Thank you so much, program directors. So, I'm scared of TUT students. In my MECO, I have TUT alumni. Whenever we disagree, they want to protest. So I thought we were done with this protest unless they are the older generation. Good morning, and thank you so much for being here. This is a very, very important event. Not only an event, but I think it's a milestone in the life of the city of Tshwane and South Africa that we get to gather together and have this discussion. So today is not a day for very long speeches. It's about us conversing with each other. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of Council, the man who knows how to keep order, even if that order lasts for 16 hours at Council. Thank you so much for being here. Speaker, the Section 79 chairs that are here, acknowledge the SALGA leadership and the senior management. Iclay, our partner today, thank you so much for doing this with us today. And I want to acknowledge the representative of the Danish Embassy, the community, the academic community that is here, and the NGOs, the souls of our communities. I always believe that without NGOs, communities don't exist, because NGOs are normally those people who take their time out, their money, their talent, and say, I will build my community without even titles. So thank you so much to the leadership of the NGOs that are here. I want to acknowledge the students that are here. Normally in this city, the senior management, before I say something, they will say, let's sangomize what EM will say. And indeed, he sangomized it correctly. When youth is here, the future is here. And I'm very comfortable. Once we have a delegation without young people, I get very uncomfortable, because you're just talking to the converted. We need to start including young people in decision making. So thank you so much, young people, for being here today. The officials of the city of Tshwane, and all our esteemed guests, and more choir, TMPD choir. And I always say I'm a fan of this choir, because to me, yes, shine. I'm a fan of this choir, and one of the deputy commissioners says, no, but EM, don't love them too much. I'm like, I love them, because they're a symbol of what police must be in a democratic South Africa. We need, loving police. We from a very painful era in this country where police were cruel. Now, when you can have a police officer that can sing beautifully and marinate your soul and still arrest you, that's the balance. That's the balance we are going for. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, today is not a day for very long speeches, but I thought, let me just share my thoughts, especially the journey that we've walked as the city of Tshwane, so that it can anchor the discussions that we're going to have today. I think the first thing that is important is the city of Tshwane, we're not insulated from global challenges. One of the global challenges is that climate change is here with us. And we can no longer plead ignorance and say, no, it's not here. How do I know it? On the 1st of September, we normally get rain. We did not get it this year. Something as simple as that. When I decided to move to Tshwane, I was motivated by the weather. Now I'm deciding to leave Tshwane because the weather that I came for is no longer the same. Just a few years ago, KZN had floods. And the disturbing thing about the floods in KZN was, for me at least, was when human scalps were washed away. And I remember asking this elder based in KZN, so what does it mean for culture now? Because you know those are the people that you worship, those are your ancestors. What will this mean? And I mean, you find elders in society not knowing how to respond to something. And it was early this year when we had floods in Mthatha. I grew up in Mthatha. We've never had floods like that, where you have over 900 people being displaced. And so these are the examples, ladies and gentlemen, that we can't think that climate change is this thing that is far from us. In Tshwane, in March, there were floods here. Families were displaced in Hammanskraal. In Garangua Zone 2, we had that road, and Group Head for Transport. I know that back in the day, when you design a road, there was no requirement for stormwater drainage. Now, even climate change is even forcing us to change legislation and change how we do things. And so, because this came as if it's a scientific problem, communities don't really get to talk about climate change as a problem and a challenge that is confronting all of us. As a result, the response, especially the grassroots response, is slower than I would like it to be. So today, for me, it gives us this opportunity to talk about this. And I was saying to colleagues earlier, when we talk about climate change, simplify, localize. Don't talk about climate change in scientific terms, because people won't understand what is it that we are trying to do, and we're going to lose them in the conversation. We must get scientists who are going to explain it nicely to people like us so that we are able to translate for them. But the other thing that, and I know that one of the leaders of the NGOs that are here is the backyard farmers. Oh, yes. People are hungry out there. You know, when I saw the report that in Eastern Cape there are children who are dying because they are hungry, I remembered when I grew up in the Eastern Cape, we planted, we went with seasons. There was never a time where there was no food, because the land was there. We knew when it was going to rain, and you plant according to the different seasons, and you would have food. It would not be fancy, but you would have food. And so to think now that there are big parcels of land across the country that we're not using because there's drought, and drought is intensifying. So what it means for us as leaders, not only at a local government level, even though as Kolisa was saying, we feel the impact of climate change at a city level because this is where people stay. National, yes, they feel it, but for us, this impact, when there's a flood, it's our residents that get displaced, and local government must do something. When people are hungry, local government must jump in and make sure that people have food. And so the responsibility is bigger on our side as cities. And therefore, we need to start talking about what are the solutions that are already on the table. Because one of the most difficult things in this conversation is this keep inventing solutions. There are solutions that have been put on the table, and make sure that we reach the climate resilient and net zero carbon future that we have. But as I said, Tshwane is not new in this journey. I'm reminded that in 2013, a unit was established in the city of Tshwane. And the people who were part of that unit are here, part of the asset registers of the city already, under Tempaha or under the Kolisa. And that was even before the Climate Act came into being. So City of Tshwane has always been a pioneer in the space of climate change. And the partnerships that were formed at the time with ICLEI, with C40, being part of these networks, have really helped the city to be ahead of the schedule. And what I appreciate as well is that the impact of climate change in Tshwane is not without solutions that have not been piloted. It's just a matter of us scaling up on those solutions. But what is important is that we must move from rhetoric to action. I think the more we talk about this and not attach an action to it, we're not going to get that far. So I just want to share some of the things that the City of Tshwane has implemented over the years, just to make sure that we contribute to reducing the climate impact. The first one, and I'm told that downstairs you will see our electric vehicles. We've got 10 in the City of Tshwane of electric vehicles. When we were in Winterfeld planting trees the other Saturday, then the colleague said to me, "Hey, EM, I must leave. The battery is going down." I'm saying, you see this thing of living in the future, because now you must drive all the way to a charging station. But the City of Tshwane has piloted and implemented to see what it will be to have an electric vehicle. How does it work? It's just a matter of how do we scale up. Some of our buses in Tshwane, they are responding to climate change as well if you are using Arieng. Yes, I almost said Rea Vaya. So we have, so when you come to Tshwane, we can tell you about the impact of using electric vehicles. The other project that was implemented here and still going on annually is the annual green ride in the townships. you understand that it's easy to sell these ideas in suburbs because people have information, have access to information. It's always difficult to sell these ideas in the townships. And so the annual Green Ride, well attended, beautiful. You will see some of the politicians as well participating. But if you go to Solomon Mahlangu, there are bike lanes there that were designed in the city of Tshwane. And I drive through that road. I see people riding their bicycles going to work. But it has not been popularized, even though it's something that we must now copy and paste what we did in Solomon Mahlangu and implement it somewhere else. But also the other initiative that we have implemented in partnership with C40 is the climate budget initiative. So what this facility allows us is that when you plan for a capital project, for an infrastructure project, you must say, how is this helping to mitigate the impact of climate change? How does it respond to climate change? So when a group head for roads and transport is planning for a road project, he must then say, this is how it's responding to climate change. This is how it's this is the design of the road, etc. So we do have that initiative, which means we have started to institutionalize the issue of the climate response. I think you've mentioned already, Ndatempaha, that we have adopted our climate action plan. So we already have this as part of the institution, but the plan alone is not enough. What do we then do to make sure that we institutionalize the climate action plan? The speaker mentioned that this building is a green building. And we moved here in 2017. You can just understand that the designs for this building and the construction happened years before 2017, maybe 3 years before that. So already in the city of Tshwane, used by the leadership of the city of Tshwane, is a green building. Hence, it gave us the boldness to go, to community and society to say, this is the bylaw that we have. This is our green building bylaw. That when you want to build in the city of Tshwane, understand we have a climate action plan. Can you please make sure that you help us to contribute to it? So we already have a bylaw. So we're not only focusing on what the council is doing, but also the society. But also the pilot projects that I got excited about. We've got the Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy. That academy is partly powered through solars. And where we wanted to move was that for council buildings, we moved to green energy because we have control there. So TLMA, we've piloted, and it's one of the projects that we are driving, that in the city, we spend 300 million rands on electricity on ourselves per annum. And so what we then said, let's implement green energy on our buildings, and that's another project that we have piloted. In informal settlements, and I know Lutske was very passionate about this project. Unfortunately, it got misunderstood. Informal settlements, because of the heat, they piloted how to paint. The paint you can use to absorb the heat. Unfortunately, it was misunderstood at the time, and we stopped that pilot project. But I think those are the projects that we have moved from rhetoric to action, where us as the city of Tshwane, through the unit I was talking about, the sustainability unit, that we are able to show society that this is more than a theory, but also it's not only about a certain economic class. These solutions must be applied across society. But what we have done, and I think the work that came with co-chairing U20, forced us to be the adults in the room when it comes to climate action and the responses that we apply to it. So we for 2025 cycle, ourselves and the city of Joburg were co-chairing the U20. I think one of the things that, of course, I was new in the space, one of the things that stuck out for me was going back to nature-based solutions. And we've had, this conversation at the different platforms, with our network partners. We say, but why are we looking for technology on everything what are the nature-based solutions that us in Africa in particular, we've known about these solutions all this while. Planting of trees, it didn't come from other places. We grew up with trees, with explanation why this tree must be here instead of here in our homes. Why have we moved away from that? So we then intensify the tree planting in the city, and I'm very encouraged because I've seen it in other cities in Gauteng, and the ministers and deputy ministers joining the issue of tree planting. But the tree planting must also resolve an issue of hunger. And I've said it many times that we can't just plant shade trees, we must plant fruit trees. But not only ourselves, we must go to society and tell Magogo, can we give you a tree for your house? And we've done it. Others have said no. They think it's going to dirty their yard. And you must then sit down and explain to Magogo why this is necessary. We've planted in ECDs, we've planted in churches, because if we don't simplify, if we don't explain these solutions to people, I don't think we're going to get that far. But also through U20, there was a gap that we needed to fill. When you go to these conversations, we've always felt, no, but the African voice is not strong enough. And so when we hosted the Sherpa meeting in Tshwane in June, we also hosted the African Mayors Assembly. And when I had the privilege of being part of a conversation in Kenya in February. I remember the chairperson of the session, after all the mayors from the different cities have spoken, is like, yo, enough with the floods. Because all of us were just talking about how does climate change impact all of us. But then what was missing was, what are we going to do about it? Yes, you know how Tshwane is affected. You know how eThekwini is affected. You know all of these things. What are you going to do about it? And I think then the opportunity to host the African Mayors Assembly was to strengthen the voice of African city leaders. Because as I always say, no one's coming to save us, colleagues. We must do this for ourselves, because we are the people who are now leading these communities, and the people who trust us to come up with solutions. That one of the legacy projects now is the African think tank, because what we have done was to reach out to the academic community, to civil society, and to different African mayors and say, can you please be part of this movement, where we get assisted in terms of how we respond to climate change. Of course, what are we solving for? Yes, the impact of climate change, we must respond to it. But when we respond to it, it must be in a way that is sustainable. How do we design our water infrastructure sustainable? How do we ensure there's energy mix? How do we make sure that we reduce inequalities? And I think for me, the issue of energy mix and water security and energy security and the infrastructure that we deal with is also to anticipate for the growth in population that we are told in Africa. By 2050, 90% of the residents in Africa will be in urban areas. But in South Africa, we have not even developed infrastructure that is enough to accommodate the migration just from another province to another province. So by 2050, what kind of preparations are we supposed to have so that we are prepared then? We don't have these problems that we have in 2025, in 2050, when that 90% of the population has moved to urban areas. But also, is there anything we can do to keep people in rural areas, to avoid the stampede in urban areas, especially in a city like Joburg, where there's not enough land? At least in Tshwane, we can brag that we are the biggest city in terms of land mass. Now, these are the conversations that will not only be had by government officials alone, institutions like SAGA alone, ICLE alone. It needs community, it needs civil society, it needs young people to be part of these conversations. Because what we need to do is to talk about a future which is not a sexy topic because you don't realize the impact of the work that you're doing. You may not even benefit from the work now. So you don't normally get people. So I'm very excited that we have people like yourselves that are part of today's conversation. The other thing that came out of the U20 cycle of 2025 is the discussion about preparing the future of city leaders, or the city leaders of the future. If you have a mayor that doesn't understand climate change, the impact of climate change, the solutions you need to apply to climate change, what is the future of that city? Now, we need to prepare not only to respond to climate change impact, but we need to prepare the future leaders of our cities. So ourselves, Joburg, and the city of Riyadh in Saudi, we then partnered in launching the Masters in City Administration. We have a responsibility to make sure, as we say, business would have MBA for their leaders. The MCA is the MBA for city leaders. Now, I'm not going to be a beneficiary of that program. You, as young people, I must then go to your universities and recruit and ask your faculties to say, give us the best that you see as young people, send them for that course, so that by the time you want to be a councillor, you want to be a mayor, you want to be a speaker, you are prepared for the role. I think there's an intolerance more and more from communities that the leaders that we have are unprepared for the roles that they have. And so that is another program that I'm quite excited about that came out of the U20. Because one of the commitments that we've made is that U20 hosting must not be a cliche. We must have legacy that is left behind by us hosting the U20. And in conclusion, there is something that I think is going to come out of this particular engagement, and I'm very happy to hear UNICEF is here as well, that we need to strengthen the collaboration. The last thing we want is for us as the city to go ahead with our partners that we already have, only to leave you behind. The only way that we're not going to leave you behind is if we structure how we collaborate, how we talk to each other. So today, one of the things that we are announcing is that coming out of this discussion, we must have a Tshwane Climate Action Advisory Forum. It will be explained how this advisory forum works, but I'm already told who is going to constitute. So it must be a multi-stakeholder forum that comprises of representatives of embassies, private sector, NGOs, and community-based organizations, unions, religious communities, research and academic bodies. Already, Council has approved for this framework, so we're a bit behind in its implementation. All we need to do is to make sure that we establish this forum. I know Program Director, I was a bit long, but I am thinking in case I don't become part of the conversations in certain groups, that don't walk away saying we don't know what the leadership of Tshwane is thinking about this. We are very concerned about the future of not only the city, because when we talk about climate change, you are talking about a borderless challenge. But as a city of Tshwane, the capital city, already with over 4 million residents that we have here, we must lead when there are solutions that needs to be championed. As the leadership and the council, we must lead. But also we must always use the opportunity to amplify the message. The message to say climate change is here and it's here to stay, what do we do now, is something that we always need to amplify, and we must raise awareness. I know it's difficult to explain some of the terminology, but I think it must start at a family level, community level, that we raise awareness about climate change and its impact. But also the initial plea that I had, let's simplify this language, let's localize this language. That's the only way you can talk to a human being, if they resonate with what you are saying to them. And so the scientists must help us. Already there are solutions. can we please implement the solutions that we've already been given and scale them up? Let's not introduce many new things without implementing the ones that we've already piloted. And most importantly, we need the leadership that is going to champion this, that is going to walk the journey, tiring as it's going to be. But also what is important, we must build institutions that are going to take whatever work that we will do collectively and put at the center and make sure that we have a sustainable future. So with those very few words, thank you so much for being here. And I truly appreciate your commitment. I'm looking forward to the conversations. Thank you.
I think we are at a time, an era in our lives, particularly a city of Tshwane residents, where we can proudly say we are blessed with the executive mayor, who's not only drop-dead gorgeous, but also very intelligent and very forward-thinking. Please give her a round of applause, Dr. Nasiki Moya. We are honored to have you here. And I must say that maybe some of you might not be aware that she has been struggling, with the sinus and all these beautiful trees that we see that are blooming there. You can even hear even in my voice. So she came against all odds to make sure that she's with us here. But one thing, because I am also an alumni of TUT, that I'm not going to allow her to do is to live without having a photo with the TUT crew. Of who? Or not? You don't want a photo with the executive mayor?
SME as well.
Etc. So we'll definitely make sure that before she leaves, we have that photo with you. And also, the Speaker of Council has requested to be excused. He also has got another engagement. So, Speaker, thank you so much. And as you have indicated that this is a green building, some of you might go to the bathrooms and be surprised when you flush that the water seems to be dirty. It's part and parcel of the mechanism of this green building. We are using recycled water. So the water that you see flushing there is not potable water. It's the water, rainwater that is being recirculated for flushing purposes. So don't go around, with TUT guys. You might take pictures and say, look, the mayor is talking climate change, but look at the toilets. No, it's reused water from our rainwater harvesting effort. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, and dearest colleagues and principals, we are going to get into another gear now. We are going to change gear by getting exactly why this concept of town hall COP was conceptualized, and maybe something that can be applicable to what the executive mayor was saying, particularly to localize this effort of climate change and also to simplify the language. So without much ado, please put your hands together for our Italy advisor, Dylan Bucas, who's going to give us a description of what the Town Hall COP is all about. Dylan, over to you.
Thanks, everyone. Good morning, Honourable Mayor, Speaker, Councillors, Honourable guests. It's really wonderful to be here today and speak to all of you. It's really exciting to see this room filled with so many people, to have everyone gathered for such an important occasion. It's really wonderful to have you all here, and I appreciate the opportunity to engage with you all today. Right, so the Town Hall COP concept, a lot of my work has been done for me by the wonderful context setting in the opening, so my job is very easy to sort of give some light touch context to this. So as has been said already, it's a reflection of the UNFCCC sort of town hall, the COP concept, but bringing it down to the local level. So allowing each and every single one of you to bring your voices into this conversation, to have the local voice feed into these national processes, and then beyond that to the global dialogues that take place. So they've existed in some forms previously. You've heard of the local stock takes, and prior to that was also the Talanoa dialogues. And what's key this year, and one of the sort of focuses this year, is connecting the town hall COPs to the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. And I'll go into a little bit of detail on what those are for those who aren't familiar shortly. But the Town Hall COP initiative was launched by the ICLEI Global Secretariat in April this year, and they provide a platform for people to share their visions, their concerns, and their solutions, because we know that those solutions exist in there. We know that, particularly here in Africa, innovation is something that is always around the corner in every single community, in every organization. People are always finding solutions to problems because they have to, because the challenges we face in our context are so unique. And so we want to hear those solutions, we want to hear what those challenges are, and get those voices fed into the national processes and the global ones. And so ICLEI, what our role is, we are the focal point for the local governments and municipal authorities constituency, the LGMA, and through this we then take this feedback directly to the UNFCCC processes. And so I want you to come away from today trusting that we take this responsibility very seriously. Through our partnership with SALGA, we're working to gather as many South African voices to take forward to this global platform as possible. And we want to represent the local government needs as effectively as we can. And it's something that we take very seriously, and we hope that you come out of today feeling as though your voices are going to be carried forward to the global stage. The LGMA has advocated for processes that systematically recognize, engage, and empower local and subnational government, and we will be taking the Town Hall COP's outcomes forward to COP30 in Belém later this year, not much later actually, beginning of November, it's just around the corner. And then this is also linked to the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnership for Climate Action, or CHAMP, and this channels those inputs into national governments. So bridging those gaps, making sure that local governments are linked to their national governments for these processes, as well as being voiced at the global platform. And then the LGMA works on behalf of the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. So again, bridging your community voices, local government, national government, and then bringing this all to the global stage. Right. So to touch on the NDCs and how they link in, they're the sort of key tool of the Paris Agreement. So some of you may be familiar with the Paris Agreement, but what it is a legally binding international treaty that was signed in December 2015 and came into force in 2016 at COP21. So it is the legal commitment that countries have made to take action for climate change through the form of mitigation, so reducing our emissions, through the form of adaptation, so taking action to make sure that we can survive the impacts of climate change effectively. So the Paris Agreement is the key legal document that countries commit to take action to climate change. And then what it sets out to do is to limit the increase of the global temperature. That is the main goal of the Paris Agreement. And it is trying to limit that increase in global temperature to 2 degrees Celsius. But recently, there have been calls to actually try and bring this target lower to 1.5 degrees Celsius, because we're seeing the evidence out there that even at 1.5 degrees Celsius, the impacts of climate change are going to be felt more severely, more frequently, with more severe disasters, more frequent disasters. Things like floods are going to be worse, droughts are going to be longer. So we're really pushing for reaching that 1.5 degrees Celsius target, but the initial target of the Paris Agreement was 2 degrees Celsius. And the NDCs, as I said, are basically the tool that governments use to achieve this. So the governments make their commitment at the national level, nationally determined contribution, so it's their contribution to fighting climate change. And these are renewed every 5 years, and the latest iteration, which is called NDC 3.0, which for some countries, for South Africa, it'll be our second one. For other countries, it might even be their first or a revision or their third one, depending on where each country is. Those are due at COP this year. And so this is why the town hall COPs are particularly critical this year, is it's an opportunity to feed into the latest version of the NDCs that are going to be published at COP in November, and that is going to be what we work with, the framework that the country uses in its climate change action going forward over the next few years. And so getting your inputs today, allowing us to feed into that process is really critical, and it's been absolutely fantastic to have the partnership that we have with Salga. It's been fantastic to have cities like Tshwane that are so proactive, spearheading this process to make sure that their voices and their concerns and their solutions are integrated into this. So I hope that gives everyone context of what the NDCs are and why they're important, and I hope you understand that these decisions that are made at the national level trickle down to each and every single one of you. It impacts your lives, it impacts the way that a city services you, because they are then have to adhere to these commitments. And so we want to make sure that, you know, whether you are a backyard farmer, whether you are a traditional healer, whether you're a student, whether you're a vendor, no matter what your role is, climate change impacts all of us. And we want you to voice everything that you can today so that we can capture this as part of this process and take it forward. We have that responsibility to take it to the national level, to the global level, and carry it forward over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. And we believe it is exactly 10 years since the Paris Agreement was developed, and we are at the cusp of a climate disaster, as we have seen. The executive mayor alluded to some of the flooding, the droughts, and how it impacts us. So we believe that today's discussions will further enhance our actions as the city of Tshwane together with the communities to make it more implementable. We are now getting into a space where we are going to listen to our civic society players, and as a result, I'm going to request that our leadership from the podium, as we release them, we give them a very round of applause, a very big round of applause, and we invite to occupy those seats representative from Backyard Farmers, from UNICEF Garankuwa, Salshia Environmental Solutions, Mabopane Green Space, Traditional Healers, and the Global Shapers, as well as the local conference of youth. But as they do that, I made a promise that TUT, where are you? Where are you? Please come down now, like as in now. As in now, come and steal the picture with the executive mayor and the political principals, so that as we listen to the voices of our communities, at least you have had something to start trending on.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Sbu, yes, right in the middle. Sbu, please direct. Sure. Give them a round of applause. And the chairpersons, I would like you to please be with the executive mayor. And if there are any other councillors that I might have missed, it's important to inspire our future leaders. So please come and join in the photo. In case I've missed any MMC that might have come in while we were busy, Okay, GST is in the house. We acknowledge you. I've seen also colleagues from the environment and agricultural management, Jokoso there, Ausamile, Diane. This is your space. This is Aus Elizabeth. This is your constituency right here. I'm being corrected. The UNICEF SMU, Sefako Makati University, is also here. My apologies. Cities, all of us, cities. Aha. Very much, thank you very much. Please come on the stage. Tshwane, Lucky Mohali, Selo Maganu, Keta Madileng, Zukiswa Chabangu, Merate Maluka, and Non Tutu Zelo Nikiwe. Please ascend the stage. This session, ladies and gentlemen, is meant to appreciate what is happening on the ground in terms of grassroots activities, programs, but also it is going to be insightful for us as the city to understand where can we plug in terms of enhancing that collaboration and partnerships. As the executive mayor has indicated, that we need to join forces so that this forum that we are talking about, the advisory forum, is constituted by people that will add value, especially those that will inherit the kind of policies that are being put in place today. And therefore, without much ado, I am going to call randomly and request that the speakers in front of us, in 3 minutes, because now I realize that we've gone a bit overboard with time, we're going to have to check, maybe the tea might have to be compromised if that is allowed. But this is a most important aspect of our session today, to hear the voices, to listen up to the voices of civil society. So without much ado, allow me to call upon Thabang. Thabang is here from Backyard Farmers. Just in 3 minutes, just lead us as to what Backyard Farmers is all about, what are you doing, and where do you see us collaborating with us further. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. I'll try my best. Thank you very much. Program directors, Mr. Silompa and Mr. Ramarema, the Speaker of Council, in his absentia, Councillor Nzwanana, the Executive Mayor in her absentia, Councillor Dr. Nasipi Moya, Mr. Mtobeli, colleagues of Salga, our partners from Italy, Africa, colleagues from DFFE, traditional leaders, civil society, youth, academia, business, and fellow climate actors. Good morning. It is an honor for Backyard Farmers to participate in this historic inaugural Tshwane Townhall COP, a space where local voices meet global responsibility and where local action, global impact, is more than a theme, but a mandate. Backyard Farmers is a community-based organization that began with a simple conviction that every school and every community must eat from their own garden. This further expanded to climate action, having realized the potential we had to make an effective, efficient, and sustainable contribution in the fight against climate disruption. We transform underused land into smart eco parks, turn schools into living classrooms for environmental learning, and guide households to grow food, manage waste, and restore biodiversity. In the face of a 1.5 degrees Celsius overshoot, our communities feel the heat first, in food insecurity, in flooding, and the erosion of green spaces. We responded by planting thousands of trees through our community greening program, and through our schools environment program, we are introducing learners to nature reserves, botanical gardens, and pollution processes. In our communities, we are establishing green leisure spaces that double as carbon sinks, and we are creating opportunities for livelihoods rooted in sustainability. For us, this is not charity, but adaptation. It is resilience. It is communities building their own shield against climate risk. But we cannot do this alone. Our impact can be multiplied through partnerships with government and public and private sector to scale smart eco parks across the city. Investment in clean smart infrastructure, knowledge exchange between traditional wisdom and modern innovation, and a deeper youth engagement, because the future they inherit is shaped by the seeds we sow today. Honorable Mayor, in your absentia, with the announcement of the Tshwane Climate Action Advisory Forum, Backyard Farmers wishes to express not only our interest but our readiness to serve as a committed member of this forum. During our recent visit to Brazil, we had the privilege of observing innovative climate solutions and sustainable practices that have proven successful in other contexts. The insights gained there are not merely for the advancement of backyard farmers alone, they hold immense potential to benefit the city of Tshwane as a whole. It is our hope that through collaboration and shared knowledge, we can translate these lessons into actionable initiatives that strengthen the city's climate resilience. We believe that our on-the-ground experience in food security, greening, and environmental education can provide practical, community-driven insights to strengthen and implement Tshwane's climate response, in particular the city's climate action plan, and ensure inclusivity in the just transition. We'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to the city for its commendable passion and unwavering commitment to shielding its residents from the impact of climate change. It is inspiring to witness a local government take such proactive steps to safeguard both people and the environment. Backyard Farmers stands with the city in saying the fight against climate change begins where we live. If we can green our backyards, we can green our neighborhoods. If we can green our neighborhoods, we can green our city. And if we can green our city, Tshwane can stand tall as a global beacon of local climate action. Therefore, let us cultivate not only the land, but a shared future of resilience, justice, and hope. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves a bigger round of applause. Hey, especially for the twang. You feel the twang here. Twang! Hey, T-Man. Yeah, I think this is a space where now we explore what is on the ground and also to recognize, the collaboration that we have been talking about. How do we best move it to the next level? Thank you so much to Backyard Farmers. I'm going to rush through the next speaker and to also take into account that the time for that tea break has gone way past. So we are standing between you and achieving SDG number 2, which is no hunger. Ne? So we don't want to create a space where we don't meet that target. And without much ado, this is from the UNICEF. All right, please give it up to Lucky Mohali. Super, a very big round of applause.
Good morning, guys. So my name is Lucky Mohali. I'm the SFC chairperson of TUT Harangua behind academics and also the chairperson for UNICEF TUT Harangua. But I'm not running alone. We also have our sister body from Sfakomakatu University, which is also part of UNICEF. Please let's give them a round of applause. So I was asked to come and explain who are we as UNICEF and what is it that we stand for. So UNICEF is a mother body, or should we say it's an umbrella for United Nations. We all know what United Nations is, whereby different countries gather in order to deal with global issues and try to tackle these global issues. So UNICEF is more like a mother, or should we say a sub-umbrella for United Nations, which focuses on children. Our main focus is on children advocacy and other things like, number one, children's rights, education, health, and nutrition, and the last thing is climate change. Now, we try to focus more on the youth because, like we are here today, the youth is the future. But as much as we as youth have the ideology that we are the future, we are responsible for making the decisions now. We are responsible for being part of these conversations now in order for us to shape the future. We cannot expect to inherit a future which we do not assist in shaping. Fine. So, I was also asked to explain how is it that we as UNICEF try to tackle climate change as a whole. So we'll start in terms of us as UNICEF TUT Harangua and along with our mother body, which is SMU UNICEF. So what we do is, number one, we do tree planting. We had tree planting excursions along with WESA to go around and try to do tree planting. And I also had something from backyard farmers and also our mayor saying that it's not just about tree planting, but also it's about food security. And that is what we are also trying to push forward, to make sure that despite having to plant, we are planting fruit trees in schools, in crèches, so that when children learn about these fruits, they could be able to get the fruits, but not also just that, but learn how to sell these fruits, helping to empower them economically and helping them to be able to sell, teaching them business, because we are a faculty of economics and finance. Fine. So what we also have is the SMU, our mother body, has a farm, or should we say a garden, whereby they are planting, and we are incorporating with them and in certain events to assist them in terms of how do we actually teach children how to plant, what to plant, and what to do after you've planted those items. So yeah, that's what we are doing so far in terms of climate change, and we really would like everyone's assistance in terms of getting it out there, because we are youth, you know. As much as, yes, we are the future, we don't have much control or much impact alone, but having someone to back us gives us that large push to be able to do better, to be able to make a larger impact out there. So also, I was also asked to also mention how can we be assisted, which is the most important part. How can we take what we are doing as little as it is and make it bigger, make it broader? So there are certain things we are able to discuss along with my teams and stuff. Say that tackling climate change is a big thing, but we can also do it while having youth unemployment, making sure that the youth could be put as priority employees or priority people to be employed in tackling climate change. Because yes, we love climate change, but we do it at our part-time thing. It's not something we are doing fully. It's something we do when we have spare time. It's advocacy for us as students because we are learning, we have academics. But now, knowing that climate change or that advocacy is going to assist you in getting jobs or in the job field, it makes it much more easier for you to make it something that you focus on fully. So what we are saying is proposing more of a how can I put it, a unemployment-based or employment-based climate change approach. Say that as much as we are trying to deal with climate change, how do we tackle youth unemployment? Because that is something that would inspire us to do more and to do better. That's what we say, because like we said, as much as the youth is the future, they are responsible for the decisions we take today and how these policies we make today are going to also impact us in the future. If we do not make a voice heard in terms of our current policies, we won't be able to stand in the future. Other than that, I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you for the space given. Thank you.
Oh, Malakia, thank you very much. Big round of applause for Mr. Mohali. I love the energy. Love the energy. And of course, SMU, my apologies. I would like to specially recognize you. Ne? Yeah. Go high, Rangua. So I give a to Ragifeta, I really blogi, little demon I recognize. So much appreciated. Thank you so much. Again, let me recognize in our midst the Salga Gauteng Provincial Director of Operations, Mepilisiwe Twala Tau, who also has just joined us. Give a round of applause. So from UNICEF Karankua, we come to Salcia Environmental Solutions. Solo Mainaka Makano, please, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Peaceful greetings, blessings, and mercy. Let me first acknowledge the protocol as observed. As observed by the Speaker of Council, I humbly like to thank the Executive Mayor and the City of Tshwane leadership to facilitate this event and provide us with a platform to engage with other stakeholders on our contribution as civil society organizations in climate change and global warming. Salcia Environmental Solutions is an organization focused mainly on environmental development and protection. We fundamentally depend on natural systems and resources for our existence and development. Our effort to defeat poverty and pursue sustainable development will be in vain if environmental degradation and natural resources depletion continues unabated. As a water-poor country, South Africa has reasons to be concerned, as I've said in COP17, that by 2025, and this is the year, South Africa will be one of 14 African countries classified as subject to water scarcity. Everyone knows now that taps are running dry. With less than 1,000 cubic meters per person per year, yet wetlands, which have a crucial part to play in water resource management, continues to be destroyed. This is an increasing number of factors that could lead South Africa into a water crisis, such as climate change, global warming, and an increase in population that will inevitably lead to an increase in water consumption. We'll continue as Salcia Environmental Solutions. We have adopted a wetland in Mabopane in 2012 and protected that wetland in partnership with the city. An unfortunate part was we were supposed to develop that wetland into a thematic park, Mabopane Environmental Heritage and Rehabilitation Center. The unfortunate part was that the city only came for protection of that particular wetland, not as part of the stakeholders' development program. The above-mentioned organization, as I've said, that is an environmental-oriented structure and community-based focus in the fight against global warming and climate change through protection of natural water resources, rivers and streams, and biodiversity within Mabopane and surrounding areas. Our intention focused mainly in developing an environmental rehabilitation center, as I've alluded. The key areas of focus: economics, ecosystem reforestation, as well as conservation. Protecting and restoring natural ecosystem like forest, wetlands, rivers, and streams that can absorb carbon dioxide, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and promote biodiversity. Sustainable agriculture, implementing sustainable agricultural practices such as regenerating agriculture, agroforestry, agroecology, permaculture can enhance soil health, reduce synthetic fertilizers, and promote climate resilience. Currently, what Salcia is doing in Winterveld and Mabopane, we have partnered with households to create backyard gardens and partnered as well with local schools. We have supplied local schools with over 10,000 fruit trees since we started so far. And with the communities, we have already planted over 20,000 trees. with the community within Winterfeld. But our intention was that we have planned to plant 1 million fruit trees within Tshwane as part of the food security program, as well as 1 million indigenous trees. But we're hoping that the city will come into the party so that these programs could be established. We also focus on renewable energy, where we engage with public, individuals, household. We educate them on the importance of using renewable energy, especially solars. Currently, we have about 2,000 households that they installed solar houses in their, solar systems in their houses. So, Salcia Environmental Solutions very really making impact in the fight against global warming and climate change. Responding to climate changes, Salcia Environmental Solutions actively like to respond to climate change by reducing greenhouse gases, promoting ecosystem resilience, and supporting climate resilience agriculture and reducing synthetic fertilizers, encouraging sustainable land use and reduction of deforestation. How do we intend to enhance these activities? With the expertise and competence of our head director, Ms. Tembi Matlangu, our ESD expert, with using education for sustainable development as a mechanism, collaborating with local communities, engage with local communities to develop context, investing in climate resilient infrastructure, as well as promoting sustainable livelihoods. Salcia Environmental Solution basically is the solution towards addressing climate change in the city of Tshwane. Thank you.
Give it up again for Maine. By the way, what he's saying was demonstrated last week when the city demands on trees, particularly fruit trees, was spiking. And then we knocked on Salcia's door, or doors. They were open, they were able to provide us with about 30 fruit trees to donate to Region 5. Please, that shows that collaboration we're talking about. A round of applause. And some of these fruit trees that we are talking about are our indigenous fruits, like Wom Mehlatswa, Michidi, Mupudu, those that when we grow up, they were a daily snack, before Hotsana, McDonald's Day, and so forth. So we would like you to expand and also collaborate with the rest of your colleagues who are seated right next to you. As I go on, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also invite you to acknowledge UNISA's Vice Chancellor and Principal, none other than Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who is also in our midst. Please give her a round of applause, Prof. Thank you so much. She shares a name with my mom, so I also am going to steal a selfie. The last time I was in UNISA, I didn't get that. Please help me to locate her so that I can steal a selfie today for that purpose. And now we are moving to the next one, which is Mabopane Green Space. Please welcome Ketla Madileng on stage.
Good morning, everyone. This project is actually very personal to me as a resident of Mabopane, born and bred in Mabopane. So when I started working at the University of Pretoria, and I had to work on this project, for me it was a matter of coming full circle. So CONSUS is a research project at the University of Pretoria, funded by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This transdisciplinary project is focused on sustainable transformation in urban landscapes. We are working on the river corridor in Mabopane, located north of Tshwane in Region 1. Our project is community-centered and aims to rehabilitate and restore blue and green spaces by collaborating with local community and creating knowledge partnerships using micro-scaled, nature-based solutions. CONSAS is building capacity for community empowerment to foster long-term resilience and community level, including climate change adaptation through flood control measures and urban greening actions. We have achieved this by establishing a local steering committee to lead and involve local community members to help construct small-scale greening projects. The projects enhance natural infrastructure, mitigating flood risks, mitigating flood risks by improving stormwater management through cleanups and bioswales, and reducing heat island effects through increased tree covers and shading. Additionally, invasive ecological restoration actions that reuse rubble and remove alien invasive contributes to management, protection, and restoration of the river corridor. Our involvement with the Water Resilient Cities program directly addresses these climate adaptations. Our low-key approach allows similar contexts to replicate our approach and incorporate local and indigenous knowledge holders on climate adaptation. By connecting with the city's climate adaptation initiatives, we are keen to share knowledge and find synergies. However, we also depend on collaboration and support of the City of Tshwane's infrastructure departments, including waste, stormwater, and conservation. It is our hope that what we have initiated will grow and be upscaled to other regions to combat the disproportionate impact of climate change on vulnerable communities. For this to happen, policy adjustments are necessary that allows collaboration by local communities in green space management. Thank you.
Perfect. She deserves a bigger round of applause just for timekeeping. Thanks, Peter. We'll appreciate it. Then we move right along. It looks like Region 1 is well represented here. Tabang, okay, no, that is Region 6. Mamelodi is Region 6. And then Kharangua is Region 1. Salchia, Mabopane is Region 1. Now Mabopane again. Zugisu, come and break that chain, man. Come and represent others. Zugisa is representing traditional healers, and we really would like to hear more about what you're doing with your team. Thank you.
Good day to you all. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to express my greetings to everybody who's in attendance today. I stand here not in my personal capacity, but as a vessel for nature spirits and all inaudible voices that are affected by the detrimental effects of global warming. I stand before you today in this engagement on climate change with gratitude for the involvement and also humbled. My name is Liswa Shabangu, dubbed Makosi Nyoga after my initiation. I am a traditional spiritual healer, and I hope I can substantially speak on behalf of my fellow healers today. Traditional healing and the environment cannot be separated. The gifts that are bestowed upon us are not exclusively belonging to humans. We are representatives and mediums to animals, plants, rivers, and many more natural spaces and species. A definition that I came across while I was preparing describes a traditional healer as one who can diagnose, treat, and prevent physical, spiritual, and mental illnesses and is one who is deeply connected with nature and has spiritual wisdom. Now, that being said in itself, it shows that healing is intertwined with the environment, because included in this healing are rituals that are conducted in natural spaces like mountains, faults, rivers, and so on, and also medicinal herbs that are sourced from these natural and sacred spaces. The human body, physical, mind, and spirit is affected by the external environment, and that can cause physical illnesses, mental illnesses, and also spiritual illnesses. With the issues of pollution and raised urbanization are causing a direct threat not only to our biodiversity, where our plants that are needed by the environment and by us to heal are being extinct and are being destroyed by flooding, by pollution, and by droughts the same. Places that are of connection and places which are of relaxation, which can heal the mental and also the spiritual aspect of humans, are now being unusable and destroyed by pollution and global warming. I am humbled once again to stand in front of you today and be involved in this dialogue, where we can collaborate as communities and the municipality and traditional healers to find a way to move forward and address all of our issues together. Collaboration is a strong thing because, as an African proverb says, if you want to go fast, you must go alone. But if you want to go far, we must go together. As we sit here with my colleagues and everybody who is in attendance, we can put together our minds and our efforts and our talents and resources to build a better future for our next generations to come, and also to make our lives in the present better for our mental and our physical and spiritual selves. We as the users can be educated on what is wrong with the way that we are using the environment. For instance, over-harvesting of plants and herbs, which are causing them to be extinct, pollution in these sacred spaces that we need to use and respect. And we can collaborate with the municipality and other stakeholders so that we can have the necessary equipment, for instance, bins that we can put in places where people go through, and most of the pollution is centered around. Where I come from, I live in Mamelodi. There are usually spaces that are open and not being used by anyone, which then tend to fall victim of being dumping spots. These dumping spots, when it rains, then leads to that waste being put into the river, and when the waste is in the river, it blocks the river channels and it makes flooding possible. These are many individualized factors, but they all contribute to the same thing and they become full circle. If the municipality could provide like skip bins and stuff like that, then pollution would lessen. Then the rivers would be cleaner and then we'd be able to use them again. Because once big rivers are now flooded and they are now drying up. As traditional healers, we'd like to pledge also that we will be custodians of these places and monitor them as we use them. And I'd like to thank you once again for this opportunity and the collaboration that you offered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we are honored that it was deemed necessary to acknowledge this very important component in our society, spirituality, and in particular, traditional healers. So we are truly appreciating your sharing, and we're looking forward to be having more collaboration effort moving forward. It is important, especially the aspect that we touched on, of the herbs that sometimes are uprooted and without maybe even being replaced. And at times, some of our river lines which are being polluted, not taking into account that those some of the people that are using downstream might be affected by that. So a very big round of applause for Zugisa. I've been reminded that the tea time is way past our schedule. So I'm going to request that Lerato Maloka and Nontu Tuzelo Nikiwe share the stage and do likewise. Let's not stand before the people and their tea. So please give her a round of applause as she wraps up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lerato Maloka. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. So, Nontu Tuzelo was unable to come, but I will be speaking also about the project she was going to mention. So briefly, I come from an organization called the Global Shapers Community, which is an initiative of the World Economic Forum. This is a platform or a network of thousands of young leaders across the world, spread across different city-based hubs, across multiple regions. South Africa has about 5 active hubs. We come from the Tshwane hub. There's Cape Town, there's also Soweto, Johannesburg, and Durban. So I will be speaking about the impact areas that we try to reach, which are quite a number of them. But in relation to climate projects, we try to start or initiate projects within the Global Shapers, and then we reach impact areas such as protecting the planet and including or creating inclusive communities. So 2 projects I will speak about is the Green Today, Build Tomorrow project, as well as the Local Conference of Youth, also known as LCOI. So the Green Today, Build Tomorrow project was a pilot project initiated by the Tshwane Hub, the Global Shapers Tshwane Hub, back in 2023, and it aimed to support schools across Mamelodi in climate education, career guidance, as well as starting food gardens. I would like to personally mention that I was a benefactor, or I was one of the few young people who were employed during this very brief pilot project. And such projects really do make an impact because right after graduating, when there's no employment, such initiatives can actually help you get off your feet for a while. And then next we have the Local Conference of Youth, which is basically a platform to provide capacity building programs to hundreds of young people, focusing on socio-economic impacts, on climate policy, effective advocacy, and notably the just energy transition. So just briefly, LCOI, or Local Conference of Youth, is an initiative by YOUNGO, which is the Children and Youth Constituency of the UNFCCC. So the Tshwane Hub did not start this initiative alone, or did not have such an event alone. We have co-hosts, and we've been co-hosting since 2022. This year, notably, last year rather, we have submitted or produced South Africa's first paper or youth position paper on the just energy transition, which was formally engaged by the Presidential Climate Commission. This year, we are hosting LCOI South Africa 2025, co-hosting rather, and we have successfully hosted 3 webinars that engaged around 250 young participants to advocate for policies that embed youth involvement or inclusion in the just transition, with emphasis on local governance and social equity. We have also had the privilege of being officially adopted as the U20 Cycle Partners, and our recommendations will be submitted directly into the communique drafting process. So LCOI not only capacitates young people around climate action and climate policy, but we also draft the policy and give it to stakeholders that will be able to represent us at the COP processes. We have also published, or have been rather endorsed by the U20, which is the official youth engagement group under the G20, South Africa's G20 presidency. And in closing, I would like to mention that ALCOI South Africa 2025 took the decision to implement the theme around just transition, what that would look like at a local government level. And we are having our event on Saturday, which is in partnership with the Presidential Climate Commission and has been funded by the U20. Just lastly, how would we want the municipality or other partners to assist in scaling or improving our climate projects? So we would like projects like ALCOI to be made more visible in the communities to broaden wider reach. We would also like a youth climate council within the municipality with representation from various youth groups. I like to mention that the executive mayor officially declared that the city or the council has approved the Tshwane Action Advisory Forum, and to also agree with what my brother Tabang has mentioned, we would also like to express interest in that. And with that being said, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lerato, and of course, Nontutuzelo in absentia for a wonderful work that you are doing. I'm actually jealous. Because of resource constraints, we could not fill up Loftus, because this really needed it should have been a Loftus kind of an affair, because there's a lot more people that needs to hear the message. And we would like to, in my language, there's a saying that goes, "Serokolo se senye si koketsa ka mongo." And thanks, Aus Elizabeth. You taught me what Serokolo came. For those that do not know Serokolo, Serokolo is African ginger. Am I correct? Yeah, African ginger. So why are they saying small as it is, you can actually expand it? It's because it's got this minty, smell that when you rub it a bit, everyone around will feel that Serokolo, zoo, you can identify easily. So I'm jealous that people who are not in this chamber right now are missing out. And we need to be actually identifying some of them to be either partners or even coming to support this effort. So I'm not sure if colleagues, I might have missed it. I don't see a hashtag here. We need to work around a hashtag for this occasion so that we can expand on what we are discussing here and also invite others. I would like us that after tea, let's get that hashtag that goes, that also acknowledges our partners like Salga, like Itlay, C40, UNISA, MSU, and so forth, tax, for example, whoever that will be treating or doing whatever acting, we need to more, collaborate moving forward. I'm informed that as we are breaking for tea, I should invite Dylan, who's gonna tell us what's gonna be happening down there as we are having tea. They say it's a comfort break with a difference. While we stretch our legs and we nourish, ourselves and re-energize, Dylan will take us through. And after he has done that, we are going to go to the ground floor. That is where our dining hall is. Lutz? Huh? Yeah, we are going to go to the dining hall on the ground floor where we will have some bit of refreshments. And I'm going to just check how much time we can be allocated because time is no longer on our side. So please bear with us. But this was also important. I couldn't cut any of them. As Dylan comes in, where are our photographers? I hope they've not left because the mayors and the speakers have gone. I need someone to come and take a picture of our speakers after Dylan has spoken. I would like a picture. Oh, good. Itlay is organized. Guys, give it up for Itlay. So our speakers after Dylan, just go down there. We have a group photo of all of you. Dylan?
Thanks, yes. So to keep the mental juices flowing during the comfort break and also during lunch, because I'm aware the comfort break might be quite a short time to do so, we do have a little interactive activity. It's set up on the floor in the canteen. As you go in downstairs, it's on your right-hand side. So you can take a look. It's called a Polak game. It's basically, there's instructions there that will guide you, but you will be plotting yourself on an axis. So there's some sticky tabs. You write your name on the sticky tab, and you place yourself on a set of axes based on how you're feeling about your position in climate action. So are you feeling optimistic? Are you feeling powerful, powerless? Are you feeling more realistic than optimistic? So please, once you've grabbed your tea, please take a minute to plot yourself on the axis, and we can sort of get an idea of how everyone's feeling about it. And it will still be there during the lunch break, so if you don't get to it during the tea break, please do so at lunch. So yeah, on the floor, on the right-hand side, as you enter the canteen. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, and a very big round of applause for our speakers. Let's have a photo shoot of all the speakers down there. So I'm told that, realistically speaking, Lutz, can you repeat that in terms of the timing for 14? 11:30. We are in here, back here. Colleagues, we've got just about 20 minutes or so, just for a leg stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, grab something quickly, come back. 12:30, we need to start with the next session.
I was going to do.
Distinguished guests, you are now left with exactly 22 minutes to come back here. Let's quickly go for a break and come back at 12:30.
ask them to sit.
Colleagues, distinguished guests, and our dignitaries present, allow me to ask that we all take our seats and try to chase the time that we have lost. I'm going to request that we get into a much faster pace to make sure that we are not going to be late for our next activities. So the next speakers, we are going to request that they really cut their presentations and delivering their submissions so that we can save some time. And in so doing, because we are measured by our performance, my performance in managing time was below par. And as a result, I am going to dethrone myself and leave you in the capable hands of my co-pilot that will ensure that this flight gets to its destination on time. So please put your hands together for my colleague from Salga, Ausi Dora Marema, who's going to take the next session until we go to the lunch break. Astora, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I think we are still in the morning. Dumelang Thobela. As I've been introduced, I am with Salga. My name is Dora Marema. I'm going to help us try and see if we can recover some time. It's going to be very challenging. We do have an activity which we need to get to before lunch. So we are going to be quite tight in terms of the time that we are allocating. I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to introduce colleagues who are going to be speaking. Where possible, we'll just take some of the items back to back without interruptions. But before we start, we had promised to come up or coin a hashtag. It was already coined by my colleague at Salga Kaya. It is hashtag Tshwane Townhall COP. And this particular event is live streaming on the YouTube as well. So if you go and Google hashtag Tshwane Townhall COP, you'll be able to access this event. And do let those who are not here with us and quite keen to follow us to also go and connect on YouTube so that they can follow this event. We are going to start with a short, very brief presentation from Dade Kwenangoko, who is the group head for health services here at the city of Tshwane. He's going to talk to us briefly about how Tshwane is affected by climate change and how the city is responding. Thank you very much, Dade Nkoko.
Program Director, thanks very much. Without any waste of time, let me just say all protocol observed. I mean, for the entire morning you have had the executive mayor, the speaker, the source called so. But with time limitations now, let me recognize everybody that is here and say all protocol observed and good morning. As indicated, my name is Kwenangoko. I'm not Vuyo Zitumani. I'm representing my boss, the COO, and I was told that I needed to have worn the stilettos. Unfortunately, when I placed the order, I could not find the environmentally friendly ones. Therefore, I'm not wearing the stilettos for now. Program Director, let me say I appreciate the presentations that came before me. Most of them have covered most of what we are doing in the city, and they have defined the problem. So my approach would be more to come from the scientific explanation of what the problem is and what the city has done in terms of the approach, as well as the practical examples that we have on the ground. So, Program Director, the City of Tshwane, on becoming the member of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group in 2014, the city was then guided by C40 to develop what we call Tshwane Climate Action Plan, shortened as Tshwane CAP, which was approved in 2022. So the point of departure for CAP was to establish evidence base. And evidence base because we just did not want to plan on the basis of emotions and on the basis of political ideologies or on the basis of our beliefs. And some of the evidence-based approach that we had embarked upon, one, we looked into what we call greenhouse gas emission inventory, which indicates how we are contributing to the production of green gases, which cause global warming and climate change, obviously worsening the local air quality. So our most recent greenhouse gas emission estimates that the city emits, and you must listen to this carefully because it expatiates on what exactly the problem is that we are trying to deal with. We as the city, we are acknowledging that we emit about 17 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, with emissions from electricity at 64% and 18% from both waste and transport sectors. So that calls for some of us in those 2 or 3 sectors to act practically on the ground as we plan as a municipality, meaning that you as civil society or external parties, you should be judging us on the basis of what our IDP says when it comes to these 3 sectors as the city goes into the future in its response to climate change. And in our CAP, or our plan, we have set a very ambitious targets for ourselves to say we will reduce the emissions by 15% in 2030 and by 45% in 2040, very ambitious, as well as at 100% by 2050. We can think that 10 years or 20 years or 30 years from now, it's a long period. It's not. The other day, I was just celebrating my 50th birthday, and I asked myself, what happened to all these decades? I thought I was growing younger, but then I'm getting older and older. So what I'm trying to say is that it has revealed that the temperature increases has averaged around 1.8 degrees Celsius since 1961. That may look like a very insignificant increase, but if you are to be realistic, you would know that that is far too much. And there is quite a number of species that has relocated from one place to the other. Some are on the verge of being extinct as a result of these extreme temperatures because the ecosystem is not as favorable for them anymore. And who created that? Us. So this CRVA, which is Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment, tells us that we are going to become a drier and hotter area in the future. Already speakers have touched on this. And the most big problem that we are going to face as a scarce country is shortage of water. We have seen in some of our sister cities there is protests on a daily basis as a result of water shortage. So we have done the second climate risk vulnerability assessment as well, where we mapped what we call the presence of risk zones and projected this up to 2050. That's how innovative the city of Tshwane is. We are not folding our arms and hope that somebody is going to help us. We go out looking for partnerships and embark on these projects that would help us in terms of planning. And this last assessment basically helps in terms of shaping area-focused and area-specific interventions. And what do we mean by that? A climate risk zone is a geographic area where there is high risk of loss of life and loss of infrastructure because vulnerable communities and assets are directly exposed. So we are duty-bound as the city management and city stakeholders to make sure that our planning is very focused, is laser sharp, and it goes directly to where our resources needs to be invested. So that assessment further confirmed the notion of differentiation, which is what I just talked about now. That never think that one solution is, a blanket. I mean, you can use it as a blanket, that in Soshanguve you can approach it the way you approach Waterkloof. The two areas would experience climate change in very different ways. Therefore, we are expected as the city, during our planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation, to take that into account. And we are using these evidence-based assessments that we have conducted with our partners. Typical example of issues that we need to deal with is the provision of stormwater infrastructure in areas where we know that we likely to have floods, like areas such as Soshanguve. Where we have considerable backlog regarding stormwater infrastructure, the climate risk zone helped us to ensure that we prioritize those areas where exposure is higher. The city is aware, very well aware, and the mayor has indicated this earlier on, that it is important for us to go into greening and mainly plant as many trees as we can. And we were just laughing in the boardroom earlier on in terms of planning to say how many have we planted. The fact that the number could not just come handy is because it's a very big number, and we need to continue to do that. And we cannot do that on our own without you, colleagues. So the most rampant and scary climate hazard is extreme heat. I'm, by my real work, not the one I'm doing now, I'm the head of health in Tshwane. So bulk of the time we deal with the repercussions of climate change in the form of heat strokes and a number of illnesses that comes about as a result of extreme heat. We therefore are required, and we are not holding hands as the Department of Health, basically, we are doing our best to make sure that we reduce our contribution towards this problematic state of affairs. And I think we need to pride ourselves as the city that we are getting what we call mainstreaming right. Mainstreaming is generally very difficult, especially when we are dealing with a cross-cutting problem like climate change, because you have to convince people who are not in environment to be actively involved in environmental affairs. So, colleagues, dealing with heat effectively requires each and every department to take stock of how heat affects their mandate, and that's exactly what I've just talked about in terms of mainstreaming. So, our CAP, or that plan that I've just referred to, our climate action plan for Tshwane, we needed to make sure that it's people-focused, it protects our diversity, it promotes sustainability in terms of water, waste, energy, and transport prepared PECO, as well as making sure that our construction is sustainable and our infrastructure projects are also compliant. That include, of course, the sustainable agriculture. So to achieve the above, colleagues, the climate mainstreaming has become key priority for the city, and all departments are now on board. In addition, unfortunately, you can have a plan, but if that plan is not guided by legislation and policy frameworks, it's likely to fail, because then you cannot hold people accountable, because you are not having policies and legislation against which to hold colleagues accountable. So the city is working on a number of policies to make sure that they are aligned to what we are seeing as a priority in addressing this specific challenge. These policies includes, amongst others, comprehensive and integrated transport plan, green building development, and net zero policies. So when you have the policies in place, you are able to convince the council to make sure that they channel the resources in that particular direction. So without any waste of time, colleagues, in conclusion, by having focused discussions like this Townhall COP, we will go a long way as a collective in making sure that we are going to leave this planet in as a better space for future generations. So the city is on course with our climate responsiveness, and we would appreciate your support and your involvement. And please help us steer this ship in the right direction. I suppose your support counts more. As government, sometimes we think we know it all, only to find that we miss a lot of critical blind spots. So we are happy to partner with all of you that have graced this event with your presence, and we wish to collaborate with you. And let's take this opportunity to network and make sure that we share ideas and programs that we can work together on. And lastly, in the words of Kofi Annan again, he said, the whole of humanity stands to lose if we do nothing to reverse climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ralebo Khantateng Koko. Can we give him another round of applause? I'm going to call Dylan, if you are close, because you are going to assist us now to reflect on what Tateng Koko was just sharing with us in terms of what the city is already doing, and help us to identify some of the gaps. Where are we running short? And I'm going to ask you to deal with this session and flow into the next one,
sure,
which is there now looking at the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dora. Can I just say how refreshing it is to have someone from the Department of Health standing talking about climate change. I think a handful of years ago, all of this was always just, environmental department. It's so refreshing to have all the different departments touching on this, because we know it cuts across everything. So to keep this short, because I know we're pressed for time, I'm opening up, I'd like to sort of facilitate some feedback from everyone. You've heard about all these different initiatives. You've heard about how we're going to try and take things forward. You've heard from the NGOs. You've heard from the city. Is there anything else that you feel is already being done that we haven't captured in this morning's presentations? Something that you're aware of, an initiative, something you feel is relevant? So I would like to open this up. Please raise your hand. Is there something that we are already doing in the city that you feel is contributing towards climate action, but has perhaps not been mentioned? Yes, there at the back, please go ahead.
Firmly pressed. I think I'm audible now. Thank you so much for the question. Yeah, and I think the city of Tshwane is on in implementing a proper, climate solution. But what's missing here is what is already happening on the ground. If you go outside right now, or if you go to any of the landfills, there are people who should be here, but they aren't. And these are the waste pickers. How is the city integrating, what is the city's plan, rather, to integrate waste pickers into their climate action plan? Thank you.
Thanks, yeah. Sorry, and just if you could give us your name and what organization or what you're representing. Sorry, I forgot to ask.
My name is Spiso Kumbi. I represent an organization called Urban Surfer, and we work in supporting the efforts of informal reclaimers.
Thanks. Yes, I know pollution and waste have come up quite a lot, and waste pickers are such a key part of the waste management cycle in South Africa, and a key resource that we really need to tap into and bring those people into the fold. So thank you for mentioning that. I know Lutzka's also been very passionate about environmental management with pollution reduction, and waste management is key in that. So thank you for bringing that forward. Is there anything else that anyone feels we can move on to? We'll cover both questions. So what are we already doing? What is missing? Anything else anyone would like to bring? Yes, the lady over there, please.
I've been
introduce
doing
yourself,
some
please?
research. Oh, my name is Proud Nisi, and I'm from SMU UNICEF.
Thanks. Please go ahead.
I did some research before coming here, and I realized that one of the provinces that are contributing more to climate change in South Africa is Mpumalanga. So I wanted to ask that, what are we doing to integrate? I've never been to such a conversation, and I believe that, like, the people back at home, I'm from Mpumalanga, by the way, I feel like they need to be part of these conversations, because it's easier to, like, implement something when you know the background. When I feel like they need to know about climate change, what's causing this floods, and what can they do, because they see on television people are planting trees, but they do not really understand what's going on and what's the impact. So I wanted to ask that, is there something that will be implemented to also go broader than just Tshwane?
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I think that sort of in community outreach and awareness raising is critical so that people understand. So, and it's a key part of us not imposing a top-down approach. It's about bringing people up so that it's a collaborative approach, so that they understand. And it was emphasized earlier of, like, instead of just throwing around scientific jargon at people, making them actually understand those critical impacts and how it affects them in their daily lives, and why planting that tree matters for them in that context. And I think community outreach and awareness raising is a key part of that, and we can expand on that shortly. Yes, I see another hand over there on the very left-hand side. Sure.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rafenze Keswa, and I am from UNICEF SMU. So my comment on what is missing, I think that it would be great for us to start implementing this sort of program or these solutions in primary schools or high schools, or schools in general. One of the speakers earlier in the first session, they mentioned that we're bringing your environmental jargon or your scientific jargons to people who are not environmentalists. But people at those levels need to understand that this is a national and even global matter, and everyone has a role to play in that. So I think implementing these at high school and primary school levels, even preschool would be great, but let's start somewhere. I think that would be awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, and that links very much to the previous point about this outreach and awareness raising. The gentleman in the blue shirt with the beanie, please go ahead. Behind you, sorry.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. My name is Kotazowisi. So I was doing this research about the climate finance. So my question is that, how can City of Tshwane direct climate finance towards circular economy models that reduce waste, reuse resource, and regenerate ecosystem? Also, like, how can climate finance be more fairly distributed, particularly to the global south, while balancing migration and adaptive?
Sure, thank you. Climate finance is something that we actually are very, very passionate about, as trying to channel as much finance to the local level as possible. It is something that is very challenging. A lot of finance channels directly to the national level, and so it's trying to link local level to those national projects and feeding those things in there. But it is something we're actively working on through partnerships with our cities, with organizations like Selga. We try and unlock those processes as much as we can to try and get more and more climate finance flowing down to the local level. I just want to check how much time we have on this session so I can sort of gauge how much more. 5 more minutes, okay. So I'm going to move to this side. So that gentleman over there, please, yeah. We won't be able to get to everyone, I'm sorry, but we will have very interactive sessions this entire afternoon. So please, if I don't get to you, you will have an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Bonani Madigazara from Water Research Commission. First of all, I want to congratulate the city for the actions and efforts they are taking. That's very brave. I like the energy of the mayor. But my only concern is that I think she's very much of an action lady. She wants to see things done. But there's very little being said here about rehabilitating the wetlands, rivers in this city, integrating that ecological infrastructure or green infrastructure into grey infrastructure in terms of planning and resilience. There's so much of information available at our websites, including all the universities around here. We've done a lot. We would like to see our river swimmable. For example, there was a lake called Centurion Lake next door. But today you go there and see what you call a lake, if that is a lake. So there's a lot that needs to be just done rather than talking and also more research. Yes, of course, we have to deal with the emerging contaminants, the kinds of pollutants that have got no measure at the moment, and they are very terrible to our lives. That's part of research we have to do. But let's implement what we already have as of yesterday.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, yeah. And I can touch on the aspect of rivers and wetlands restoration. It's something that once it started, the complexities that unfold from there. So, for example, with Centurion Lake and the Henops River, and that the trouble is the fact that the headwaters fall outside of the city's boundaries. So it's a collaborative effort across 3 different municipalities. So it's mobilizing things, waste management, pollution management, restoration in 2 other municipalities to benefit a 3rd municipality that's downstream. It's a very complicated thing. And I know there is action being done on that. It's just these processes take some time. But yeah, I'm hearing you on more needs to be done. And yeah, at the end of the day, our water resources are essential to absolutely everything. And yeah, we can hope for the day that our rivers are swimmable again, and also just linking that to food security, resource security as well as recreation. So it is something that is very much on the go, but I think the complexities can slow this process down. I'm going to take one more point, and then I think we will move on to the next session. I did a few from this side. Is there any other? There was another hand this side. Okay. Sure. Oh, yes. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lebu Pala from Mabopane Green Space Organization together with CONSAS. So I know what you are already doing is donating trees, because you have donated some trees to the Mabopane Green Space. And what we are on right now is the rehabilitation of stormwater pipes. But we know the biggest issue we have is the pollution. So I just need to let the city know that it would be nice if they continue to collaborate with us, but then really help us on the stormwater pipes rehabilitation, because so far on the Mabopane Green Space we only have been able to involve the community and show how to clean it up and maintain it, just one. But there's a lot of them on the area, so I think it would be great that we also focus on the stormwater pipes, but also not forgetting that pollution is the main issue. That's what we are here for anyway here. Sure. That's what got us here, actually. That's what I wanted to say.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, yeah. And this, I think, pollution, waste management links so much to what we're talking about. Awareness raising, getting in preschool, primary school, high school, all through those levels, working with departments of education at the national level, at the local level, to make this a cultural shift, a mindset shift, so that people understand. And I think there is an inherent care for the environment that all of us generally have, but I think allowing people to understand how pollution, waste, things like a stormwater drain getting clogged with waste links to your disaster resilience, and then how your disaster resilience links to your livelihood resilience. Getting people to see that bigger picture is definitely something that can be emphasized. I'm going to close the feedback for now. As I said, our other sessions are all very, very interactive, so if you haven't had a chance to speak, you will have a chance to give your input this afternoon. But we're going to move on to session 3 on the agenda, which is a visioning exercise. And what I'm going to ask of you is, so visioning is a sort of abstract concept, and I'm asking you all to please be very creative. We've got a lot of youth in the room, which is great, so young minds that are ready to go, to use your imagination, tap into your creative skills, and I want you to envision an ideal future. Obviously within the context of climate change, but it can include anything of like, sustainable jobs, good socioeconomic development, because we know this is all linked to the impacts of climate change, to resilience, to adaptation. And I want you to sort of picture what this future looks like. And then I'm going to ask a second question, which is what needs to change to get us from where we are today? So you've already heard about what initiatives are underway. We've spoken about some of the aspects that are maybe missing or need to be strengthened. So what needs to change to get us from where we are today to this envisioned future that you have? And we want this to be a bit interactive. So you'll see there's sheets of paper on the tables, and we've put them in between every second pair of chairs. We want you to please talk to your neighbor. It's not as scary as it sounds. We want this to be collaborative. So we can't do groups, so we want you to work in pairs. So you can just turn between each of you. If you don't have a neighbor, please just shift up a chair. If any pair doesn't have a piece of paper to write on, I'm going to give you about 10 minutes. We can shorten this a little bit if needed. I'm going to give you about 10 minutes to work on the first question, the visioning. Write down anything and everything on this piece of paper. We're going to collect these at the end of the day, so we are going to be capturing all of this. So please write down all your ideas, work with your neighbor, and then after about 7 to 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you to please move on to the second question about what needs to change, and then we're going to pick this up in the session that follows after lunch. So interactive, please talk to your neighbor. If you have any questions, please call us. I'll be floating around. Thank you. Let me just start the timer. 5 minutes to fill in what needs to change, question number 2. So please move on to question number 2, and you're going to have 5 minutes for that, and then we're going to progress. And then, as I say, what you note down will feed into the sessions that take place after lunch. So please keep your papers handy. Thank you.
Yeah, because if we...
Yeah, then we'll be back on track. right. Thanks, everyone. I hope you've had some fruitful collaboration with your neighbors and filled in some interesting feedback. And again, we'll pick up on this in this afternoon's sessions. We'll have an interactive session where we're going to sort of take this forward and link this to the NDC process, which is a key aspect of why we're here today and a key aspect of the Town Hall COPs this year, and a really wonderful opportunity to get feedback from the grassroots level to a national process, which is really great. So that brings us to the end of the visioning exercise. I'm going to hand back to Dora from SALGA to take us into the Transport Month session, which will be following this. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Dora.
Well, thank you very much. I think let's give ourselves another round of applause in anticipation of the outcomes of this bilateral engagements we've been having. We are now going to move into a very short input, a presentation. I think many of us would know that this is Transport Month. So as Transport Month, we also heard about some of the initiatives that are done by the city, including I think they were calling it the Urban Green Ride, if I got it right. So I was listening and taking notes. I'm going to ask the group head for roads and transport here, the city of Tshwane, Mr. Peko Lintokani, to come and speak to us about the city's Transport Month initiatives, including how the city is leading the way to a low carbon mobility. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes through. So we have caught up on time.
Yes,
So we are trusting the process.
good day, colleagues, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Today my task is a very simple one. I've been asked to act on behalf of my MMC, and therefore I'm wearing two caps. The group head, roads and transport, but I'm standing here as an acting MMC, roads and transport. So it's something that doesn't happen ordinarily, but I take pride in being given the responsibility of being the MMC roads and transport. MMC unfortunately has a commitment elsewhere, and a speech was prepared for her to read out today, which talks to the issues that we are grappling with here today. And I'm not going to be going line by line reading that particular statement, but just to indicate really it's a privilege even for myself to have joined this COP workshop, and also the fact that it coincides with the start of the Transport Month. Madam, just to indicate that this particular important conference or workshop came at the back or on the aftermath of the C40 workshop that we held on the 12th to the 14th of September, where the focus was actually on electrification of public transport system. So the emphasis and the issues of dealing with climate change is something that the city of Tshwane takes to heart, and hence the importance of that particular conference, as well as today's COP. And today, basically, it brings together two powerful themes, one being mobility and climate change. Maybe just to indicate that transport is not just about moving people from one place to another. And maybe the scholars of transport economics will tell you that actually transport is a means to an end. It's a derived demand. People do not use transport for the sake of it, but they use it to reach a particular destination. And it's very important that it's about enabling dignity, it's about opportunity, and about sustainable development. we also know, as it has been shared by the previous speakers, that transport is one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions. There was issues about water and electricity, and I'm confirming again that we are one of those that are contributing to carbon emission, and therefore one of the most critical sectors does need to change. We need to meet our climate goals. As you might have heard earlier on, there has been indication that as a city we have actually adopted a climate action plan in May 2022. And one of our targets in that particular action plan is to ensure that as transport we contribute 15% towards the reduction of carbon emissions. And that is very important, and it's something that is driving our day-to-day our lives. So in terms of COP and transport months, it basically reminds us that as we travel, we must evolve and we must also build a greener, cleaner and more livable cities. And I think livable cities is something that have been a topical subject in recent time, and it's something that we really need to look at. The future of mobility in Tshwane lies in no carbon solution, from non-motorized transport such as cycling, walking, to modern public transport system, integration with, for example, with electric mobility. And these are some of the things that we are doing as a city of Tshwane. And we, as part of what we have set our target as part of the climate action plan, we have set our target to ensure that by 2030, 100% of our transport plans, framework strategies need to consider current and future climate risks. We need to start identifying those risks and providing mitigation in relation to them. And already in the city of Tshwane, we have the non-motorized transport guidelines that was approved already in 2021, which talks to the aspect relating to climate action plans. Again, it reinforces our climate responsiveness. Also by 2030, we have set ourselves a target to infuse electric buses into our bus fleet. And we have set ourselves our target that at least 10% of our bus fleet, city-owned bus fleet, need to be electric. And it's something that we are working towards. And I'll just share an example of what we're doing in relation to that. And 50% of the trips must be made via public transport. And you'll see with the rollout of the public transport system, the IRPTN or the BRT system, the revitalization of rail networks in partnership with Passenger Rail of South Africa, National Department of Transport, and also provincial, that actually the drive towards revitalizing public transport is actually one of the key priorities of the city. And again, we have set the target for 2050, where we set 70% of the bus all the trips need to be made by public transport and non-motorized transport. So, colleagues, these are not just numbers, but this represents a future vision of clean air, quieter street, healthier citizen, an economy aligned with sustainability. As I've indicated earlier on, one of the things that we are actually doing, just to indicate that this is not just target, is that the fact that we have already taken steps with the support of DBSA through GEF funding. We are part of a pilot project that is geared toward purchasing electric buses. And we are busy with the development of the charging infrastructure. And we are actually looking at using our own bus depots as the initial infrastructure that has been identified to to be upgraded to ensure that those charging facilities are actually realized. And the other thing is that this project that I'm talking to about, for example, the purchase of electric buses, is also a project that is managed by Senedi, and we are actually finalizing the service level agreement with them, and with the appointment of a transactional advisor to help us move with this particular thing. But Chair, in the development of the RPTS, you'll see that along the corridors, we're actually building non-motorized infrastructure, the cycling infrastructure that the EM was talking about. Those are the things that the focus is also making sure that the move, the last leg towards our stations, are actually done by walking. And that's why in the questionnaires that you have just asked, what do I want to see? I want to see more people walking, using public transport, cycling, and using reducing the use of private vehicles. So, Madam, I think, as you know, we are in preparation towards COP30, and it's very important that we look at collaboration. That's what I want to see happening between the government, between academia, and civil society. There were some interesting questions that were raised from communities around stormwater drainages and the like. And these are the kind of things that already start to make us think as we do our day-to-day routine maintenance, that these are the things, as we do that, as we are desilting the stormwater pipes, the drainage system, as we do all those things, actually we are contributing towards the bigger goals of ensuring that we deal with issues of climate change. But what is also important is awareness, because what is key, and I'm happy that we have communities from Sarankwa that can start thinking about this thing, thinking out of the box, thinking into the future, to make sure that littering is actually contributing towards aspect. This flash flood that we are experiencing from time to time, in many instances, is actually highlighted by the fact that your stormwater drainage system are actually clogged and the like, and that literally result in this floods that are taking place. So, Madam and the guest, I really didn't want to have a long speech, given the fact that I'll share the NLC speech, but for me, really, COP and also Transport Month must not actually be an event or a campaign. It must be a call for action. The things that we have identified in, for example, in the Transport Month, in terms of UDAP, universal access and the like, the issues, the emphasis in terms of non-motorized and the like, all those things need to be our way of life. It should not be something that we come here, make this discussion and become just a dialogue, but it must be something that we say we take forward and becomes our way of life. So I think from our side, from my side in closing, I want to emphasize that today it should not be about dialogue, as I've just indicated. It must be about commitment and action. And as we begin Transport Month, you'll see that most of our activities, there will be elements relating to NMT, relating to climate-related activities that are taking place here in the city of Tshwane. And all those things, and this historic Townhall COP, we need to pledge as a city of Tshwane to establish a sustainable mobility, climate reliance, and innovations. And some of the things that I will see as we go out is the fact that in the composition of the IRPTN or the REM bus fleet, we have the CNG, and even many of our buses are already at Euro 5, even though we are adding AdBlue, but those are the things that step by step we want to ensure that we migrate towards low emissions innovations. So from our side, as we can build a transport system in the city that is accessible, equitable, and also sustainable for generations to come. And I'm encouraged that in our midst today, there are a lot of youth, young people that are here passionate about what we're dealing. And that actually gives us hope that whatever that is being discussed here, the actions and the commitment will materialize. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ntate Limpopo- Thank you, Re a leboga, Ntate Limpopo. Can we give him another round of applause? I think there's no doubt that the city is really, really punching above its weight. I think being the capital city, really leading by example in quite a number of areas. I think we deliberately did not want the city officials to come and respond to some of the questions, because otherwise it will sound like they are trying to defend themselves. But when we break, we go to this activity, including sitting at lunch. Please feel free to engage with some of the presenters that were here on some of the questions that you have. Otherwise, we are going to be building some of that in the next sessions, so that you do get a bit of taste of what the city is doing in some of the areas that you were inquiring about. I'm going to request my co-facilitator, Ntate Mphahle, to come and help us navigate the next session, which is going to be very exciting. I believe that City of Tshwane never, and never might be a very strong word, holds an event without planting trees. So today we are going to be part of that historic event of planting trees alongside the first Town Hall COP. And Mapula was making a joke whether this is Town Hall COP #1 or COP 1 of City of Tshwane. And I say, no, we've decided that this will be Town Hall COP. It will be COP 3. COP 3, the team, I'm looking at the team. So this is COP 3 because we have held the first COP in the Free State province. We have held the second COP in Etanzeni, in Mpumalanga, in response to someone who was asking, is this only for Tshwane? No, yesterday, the mayor of Etanzeni district held a town hall COP similar to this one. And we are going to be moving to KZN and other provinces as well. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause to my co-pilot, Dora Marema, who is the manager for sustainability programs at SALGA. And I believe at this point we have set the tone, and thanks to Ntatele Tonkana, I think he just missed one point of inviting us to the next green ride. The executive mayor indicated that there is no transport month in the city of Tshwane without the green ride, but we will give you a chance after the tree planting. At this point in time, as Ms. Marema has indicated, the city of Tshwane has, as part of the Urban 20 Legacy Project, committed to reach its target of planting 300,000 trees in the next 3 years. That is our portion of the 10 million trees that needs to be planted nationally, and the 1 million trees that needs to be planted in the Gauteng province. Our share of that, our contribution, is 300,000. And I can guarantee you, it's free information. The city does not have money to cover 300,000 trees. It is because of these partnerships that we are trying to build, to enhance, that we aim to expand on that particular target and, of course, be able to reach. So the likes of all the partners that we have been showing you and that have demonstrated their role, as well as individual commitments, will see us meeting that particular target. So without much ado, I'm going to invite you, all of us, to our garden. There is a garden behind Tshwane House. We just take a brief, but it must be brisk walk to the garden behind the Tshwane House, where we will be led by, I think, Tabang, in continuation of your tree planting that that happened sometime last week. Or it was during the Heritage Month, Heritage Day, ne? Yeah. They planted around 126 trees. So we are going to honor that commitment by asking Tabang to lead us and he's going to be assisted by our colleagues from Environment and Agricultural Management, House Elizabeth Moatse, le Ntate Chibase, and Ntate Kaba, Ntokozo Kaba, who's leading. Someone was asking about abandoned areas or spaces. Ntate Kaba, as we walk there, get hold, just raise your hand, Ntate Kaba, so that, yes, they accompany you when we go down there, and you explain them the adopt a sport policy. Where does it cover? What is it intended to do? So that you can assist the communities that would like to collaborate with us under that policy. And when we come back, colleagues, we go straight to lunch, which I'm told we should be done by 1:30, that lunch. So our planting, sorry, 1:15. The lunch must start at 1:15. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna run. We're gonna run. Yes, so that we are done with our lunch by 2 o'clock. So we go down. Officials of the city of Tshwane, please lead our guests so that we can go straight to the garden, go have a ceremonial planting of about 20 trees. We're gonna share the organizations. They will tell you which organizations co-plant so that we get to plant quickly and come back for lunch. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, I have noted that some of you are carrying some heavy luggage, maybe laptops and so forth. I have been guaranteed that this council chamber will be locked, so your luggage or your bags will be safe in here. That is if you want to leave your bag behind. But as we do that, let's make it quick, colleagues. Time is not on our side. As soon as everybody leaves, this chamber will be locked until we come back. Lutz? Please go down to ground floor and you will find colleagues there. You can have a quick peep at our exhibition as you pass by. Take some pictures. Don't forget to hashtag Tshwane Townhall COP. Please take us back to that Tshwane Townhall COP. Hashtag, yes, hashtag Tshwane Townhall COP. As you move out, please remember to tweet or X. Mr. Kaba. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, princes and princesses, may we get back onto our program. And if you know that your friend is not here who you were seated next to, please text him or her. They are about to miss out because now we are getting into the next iteration of our program, which is quite exciting. So please text those that you were seated with so that they can join us. Asdoli, let me put you on the spot to say, ask all those that have sort of forgotten, conveniently so, that we agreed at convening at 2 o'clock to join us. While we still are waiting, allow me to ambush some of the delegates here and just to assess if we are all following, if we are, or rather the sessions are meeting our expectations. I'm going to be random and ask, maybe starting, let me see, from the second row. I think the first row has been represented well by Dylan. The second row, Gustav, my dear friend, please, in just 30 seconds, your impressions thus far. And, Gustav is from the Danish embassy. That's why I can just ambush him like that. Ne? So there must be one diplomat that we are able to ambush and break protocol with. Just 30 seconds. Something we want to share with us. Thanks.
You know, Selo, Denmark is a very peaceful country. We don't do ambushes where I'm from. But thank you very much. I think we're definitely heading in the right direction. And from my perspective, I love the engagement with the youth, and I love the engagement with the NGOs. Coming from the city side, I think it shows tremendous leadership, and it shows that you're actually concerned with what happens on the ground and not too fed up with the city hall in itself, but actually concerned about what's going on outside of these beautiful walls we have here. So I think we're definitely heading in the right direction, and I look forward to hearing more inputs from especially all the youth delegates today in the discussions. So thank you so much.
So much, and I think a round of applause, especially to the youth that have represented well. You have impressed your potential partners moving forward, Danish Embassy. And let me see who else from here. I'm going to have to ambush Mr. Tema. Mr. Tema, your impressions thus far, just 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Am I audible? Thank you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, me as well. I'm impressed by the presentations that were made by the youth because other events that I attended previously with you guys, I realized that the majority of your partners, you know each other already, and then they are growing old. So the presence of the youth shows that this country will have future leaders to take this program forward. That is my impression for today. Thank you.
Awesomeness. And of course, another clap for the youth being well represented. Now, Carol, there is a saying in my language that goes, "Mahlaku ama sha aichaka amatala," meaning those that come, or the young generation, for them to be steadfast and be able to be guided, they need the elders or those that have walked that path before. Please, in 30 seconds, share with us what you are doing.
What I'm doing?
Wesa and your friends of so and so forth. Just as an inspiration to the young ones.
We work in all the nature areas to help the City of Tshwane Nature Conservation Department to take care of them. So we clean up litter, remove alien trees, organize walks and talks so people get to know nature. So that's what we do. But about the youth, there's one big problem. They're very enthusiastic when they're students and they're led into this, but once they leave, then they don't carry on, most of them. So that's a problem.
Thank you so much. On that word of caution, young people, life is not just about Lamborghinis. Life is not only about those popping champagnes and Mapiano and the salaries. You can see if Carol at this age, she's still committed. She's part of the, when we say friends of let's say a wetland and so forth, these are volunteers that goes there and protect it and spend their time, you know, and sometimes even their resources, some of the rivers that they clean on their own. So thank you so much and keep up the good work that you are doing. Truly appreciate it. The last ambush, yes, give a round of applause. Absolutely, absolutely. The last ambush is, okay, all right, let's be orderly there. Okay, yeah, no, I can see the counter ambush. The last ambush, Gordon, we have not given enough space for other role players, particularly from the energy space. In 30 seconds, your impressions that you would like to share with us, and maybe tell us what you aim to see the City of Tshwane's direction being. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So thank you very much. Like the other speakers, I'm wildly impressed. I love the power of the youth. I love these small little NGOs. But in talking around, and we were talking about this at lunch as well, is we've been kind of boxing a little bit and kind of ignoring, if I can say the elephant in the room, we've got 4 million people here. Every single one of you goes to the loo in the morning. That is 4 million times 250 grams. Do not ask me how I know that number. Of waste that ends up somewhere. And we are all well aware that our wastewater systems are not anywhere close to what they should be. And we're kind of just being careful around our waste. We're not talking about it properly. But waste is a bigger, I mean, you showed me that beautiful slide, and it had this is where our carbon is coming from. Please get off me, man. How much carbon is coming out of our landfills that we are not managing, we're not looking after? And I'm talking basically about managing that waste in such a way that generates jobs and energy. And that's biogas. It's either biogas, gasification. I really don't care anymore. I'm now given up. I just want to see us using it and using it properly. If we blend our wastewater, which is a major problem, absolute massive problem for us, it is a danger to our environment. It is very difficult to manage. It is very heavy. And we put that together with urban organic waste, we can generate so many jobs. Not even just chatting about jobs. We're talking about energy for vehicles. There is almost not a single city left in the UK that doesn't run its dump trucks on biogas. Why? Because you can do low-pressure biogas with a 200-kilometer range, and that's basically what you need for a truck to do a round. So the trucks go round and round to the depot, they fill up with biogas, they empty the trash, and it costs the municipality nothing. I've just done this exercise for the Durban municipality. They're going to be looking at, by the time that plant is finished after 3.5 years, it's going to make them money. Durban municipality has never made money on their waste. And that is just jobs. And guys, this is why I'm upset. It's because Tshwane wants to position itself as the market leader. You guys are doing some phenomenal work, and I love to see it. But Johannesburg is just installing a 50-ton per day biogas digester. Robertson Deep has got biogas landfill gas, 2 megawatts per day, per hour is coming out of that landfill and going and paying the municipality. Durban's doing it. Cape Town's doing it. Where's Tshwane? Where are we? Okay, so that's basically what I want to say. The jobs are waiting, the technology's here, all it needs is a bit of political will. So that's what I'd really like to see. So thanks a lot.
A round of applause to Gordon. Thank you very much. For those that just joined us, guys, you owe us some sandanas, ne? And I'll be locking this chamber until you get to pay your fines, because now we have to rush and get into our next session. But I'm told there is also a bit of a video that they would like to play for us. Can you? Please, come, lead us.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kaya Gumede from the South African Local Governments Association, and we're about to take you through a video. Yesterday, we had the privilege of going to Nalmafias High School and having a stewardship program. So it was a lot of actually what was brought up in the discussions today about career guidance and tree planting. So I'm gonna take you through a bit of a blurb of what we did, and then you'll have the privilege of seeing the highlight video that we made. So yesterday we gathered, as I said, at Nalmafias High School under the theme of empowering youth for a sustainable future. It was more than just a school program. It was a clear demonstration of what the Salga Stewardship Program is all about: creating awareness and driving community outreach through secondary level schools. We began with inspiring messages and then witnessed the creativity of learners through presentations and environmental awareness dialogues. They also took us through some poems that they created that captured the urgency of protecting our planet. These weren't just classroom exercises. They were powerful reminders that young people can be the strongest voices in spreading awareness in both their schools and outside communities. Through the participation of our partners and the City of Tshwane Environments and Agricultural Management team and the Tshwane Leadership and Management Academy, learners were shown that their environmental actions today connect directly to the future opportunities in green jobs and sustainable careers. And of course, we ended the day by planting trees as a living symbol of hope and in support of the national 100 million tree planting campaign. Each tree planted was not only an act of greening at the school, but also an act of outreach, showing that the surrounding community, that sustainability starts here and must ripple outward. This is the essence of the Salga Stewardship Program, to use high schools as hubs of change, where young people are equipped not just with knowledge, but with the tools and confidence to lead awareness campaigns, cleanups, and environmental action in their communities. Yesterday reminded us that when schools embrace stewardship, the impact does not stop at the school gate. It spreads, it inspires, and it builds greener, stronger communities for us all. Please join us in enjoying the highlight video. Thank you.
That energy deserves a bigger round of applause, guys. Indeed, the future is in safe hands. And thank you, Kaya and the team, for that excellent work. I'm actually jealous. I see people who are carrying some goodie bags, and I've not even seen a single of those. But nonetheless, it's good that we have managed to reach out to the learners, and I suppose then that closes that loop. I mean, if you take their generation, with the generation at the tertiary level, as well as those that are now in employment, and those that have passed that age, as Carol has just shared with us what they are doing beyond employment, then you get the entire cycle of the population, involved in this journey. Thank you so much. We are then moving quite fast now to get on to the next phase of our discussion. Session 4, linking the local to national country position. I think this is where you get to understand the country's climate change position, and we are not going to live here without being empowered and to understand that what we do as the city of Tshwane, as the city of Ekurhuleni, Ethekwini, and even those smaller municipalities somewhere in the periphery, it's not isolated, but it should be forming part and parcel of the bigger role that as South Africa we have to play. So there are two colleagues that are going to take us through this, and please, let's energize them. And they are from Salga, both of them. It's Mr. Rabelani Chikalange and Ms. Mapula Changela. Mapula is with DFFE, my apologies, the Department of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries. So please give them a big round of applause. And who knows, maybe they might as well offer to take one of you to the COP, the real COP in Brazil. So if you listen attentively, there might be some goodies coming at the end of the session. Who's going to start? Osmapula? Oh, okay, Rabelan. My brother? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Program Director. And thank you for already publicly recruiting Mapula to be part of us. We would appreciate. We need more foot soldiers, and she'll make a good one. I was intrigued by the video that just played. Thanks to the team, Salga, led by our colleague. We are pleased to really see this happening higher. And thank you so much. In my previous life, we have just realized internationally that kids play a very, very big role to simplifying the climate change language. I think earlier on, the mayor spoke to us and says her priority is to localize and simplify. So it's not very easy to do that because climate change, it's science, and getting it down to the people is the hardest part. But we need to do that, and actions such as the stewardship program help us a lot to getting there. But perhaps as part of the session that we are tasked to deliver, it's quite a simple session. We will be listening more to yourselves. It's an interactive session. We would want to hear your views mostly on the powerful visioning session that we had earlier that was led by Dylan. Which really helped in stretching our imagination to explore what can be possible for Tshwane. What is likely to happen, in other words, what is probable, and what is also the preferred futures that we can have. Earlier on, when we were discussing, the city was very open to say we're going to be listening to you and really, hearing your contribution so that we can be able to shape our plans going forward. And this session is going to do just that. We intend to ensure that we reflect, understand. You have been taking some notes on the questions that Dylan facilitated before we went on lunch. I know it's after lunch, but I think we will still make sure that you still reflect based on the questions that you have responded to, flowing to this session now. Just to remind you, setting a bit of context to this discussion, we are living through rapid change, and I think climate change has shown us that what we used to know before is not what is happening at the moment. In fact, scientists always remind us that we are no longer at a phase where we can have a lot of control. That's why we talk about 1.5 degree overshoot, meaning the temperatures have gone very high and have exceeded the 1.5 degree that the world is looking at maintaining. So hence we're seeing the extreme weather events we've been seeing at the moment. So the risks that we are facing are unprecedented, and so are the opportunities for innovation, opportunities for resilience, opportunities for green jobs. So we need to ensure that as we reimagine the futures for Tshwane, we see what is possible and what is likely. So there are just 3 questions that I'm going to lead, following up from the discussions that we had earlier. And you will just note those. I don't have them on the screen, but you'll note those. You will write them on your paper, just at the back of your program, so that we can be able to collect this after the session. It's important because we want to ensure that not only do we report this to the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change, but we also ensure that what we discuss influences the national policy. We heard earlier that the local sphere of government is the sphere that has the least influence in terms of shaping the national policies. So this is an opportunity now for you to be able to really contribute in shaping the national policies and also contributing to shaping what South Africa can, take in the, international commitments that they have. So when we imagine Tshwane, looking at what is likely to happen, what is likely to occur in futures, we need to look at where we might end up if current trends continue. In other words, if we are to do business as usual and the current trends continue, where would that take us? Versus what we prefer ourselves as what we envisioned in the previous session. In other words, where do we want to be and what differences will stand out in terms of where we want to be and the gaps. So the question really, which is the first question for you to think about, following on the previous discussion is, are you seeing a difference between the future you want and the future that is likely to be based on actions currently being undertaken? On your programs, it's written, what construct did we observe between probable and preferred futures for Tshwane? The mayor has advised us to simplify the language, so we then are simplifying the question to say, are you seeing a difference between the future you want and the future that is likely to be based on the actions that are currently being undertaken by the city? So I will give you a moment to think about it, and I would ask any volunteers, and I've seen from the session before lunch, and I hope we left a space for us to still interact, that there was a lot of enthusiasm and interaction. So I'm hoping that we'll get a lot of inputs and feedback from you. But you can be able to write your responses because not all of you will be able to make inputs but we want as much input as possible on the question. Should I repeat the question? Got it? Okay. So the question is, are you seeing a difference between the future you want and the future that is likely to be based on the actions that are currently taking place? Maybe the actions that you see city implementing or the actions that you are implementing, you can look at that to say, are you seeing a difference between what you want and what is currently happening? So that is just the first question. Okay, you feel free to, I know we aren't a lot of us now, but feel free to talk to your neighbors and be able to respond to it. I'll just give you a minute so that we can be able to save a bit of time. Okay. So I think we have now responded to the first question. Let me move because I've got just 3 questions and I'll ask you to feedback on each and every question. So the second question is about the mental models and systems that we need to change. So how can we change our ways of thinking? Because we know that often it's not only about infrastructure or technology, but also about the mindsets, ways of working, how we work and what our beliefs are, the assumptions and institutional practices that we practice. So what are those changes that we need to implement going forward? What mental models and systems do we think need to change? So because we are already at a level where we are experiencing losses and damages, we don't have a lot of control with what we need to do at the moment. But we need to make sure that whatever we do, we are able to work very closely together to ensure that we are able to change the mental shifts and the models that we are applying at this point in time. So that is the question: how can we change our ways of thinking as we move forward and transition towards this complex space of climate change? So that is the question that we have. I would give you, as I did on the previous one, I'll give you a minute. Think about it, talk to your neighbors, and be able to respond to the question. And don't forget to jot it down on the piece of paper so that we can collect this afterwards. It's a bit complex. So perhaps as you are answering, because I understand it's a bit complex, but let's try to unpack it a bit. It's more from short-term fixes. Earlier, you remember the mayor. It may be in some of the earlier sessions spoke about the long-term thinking. That yes, as cities, we have got our first priorities of ensuring that we've got the basic needs fixed, fix your potholes, your maintaining of drainage systems, etc., etc. But when you talk about the long-term resilience, what is the shift that is needed? Because for you to adapt to the extreme weather events, the change of this climate, we need to have this shift that we require. Mostly some of the shift can even be institutionalization. We spoke about, for example, how can the city institutionalize the climate action plan that they have, because that has been developed and it has to be then implemented. So it's those shifts that would lead to a big structural change and make a big impact in terms of addressing the impact as we have at the moment. Okay, I think I've given you sufficient time for this one. The third question you need to please deliberate is, how does this all influence our local climate actions or local climate plans? how does this influence the local climate plans? When we heard from the previous speakers, I think it's head of health, speaking about the biggest culprits in the city of Tshwane when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, and the climate action plan is looking at how do we try to reduce those emissions from the transport sector, and there was it's Transport Month. Also, how do we look at the waste sector, and so on and so forth. So in terms of that, so it's energy, which is the biggest culprit, and then you've got transport, you've got waste. But in addition to that, while you are addressing the greenhouse gas emissions, you also need to address the vulnerabilities. We spoke about the risk and vulnerability assessments that the city is developing. So the question is, how does this influence our local action plans? Is there anything that you think the city should do, to ensure that that local action plan become as robust as possible and as practical as possible in terms of implementation? And as they institutionalize and start, expediting the implementation of the local climate action plan. So that is the third question. Give you some time again to deliberate while you are putting down some notes.
Sorry, my leader.
Okay.
Can you rephrase that last question? Just we're having a little bit of.
Yes, the last question. The fact that you have been envisioning the future you want and looking at, what is currently happening to achieve what you desire. In terms of that particular future, what do you think, and how do you think that influence the local action plans that the city should be driving? So the city has climate action plans. You may, as organizations, various organizations also driving some climate actions. And climate actions are your actions that are not only technical. They may also involve, the governance, strengthening the governance aspects, creating awareness, mobilizing financing and funding, upscaling projects, etc., etc. So what is it that you think can be done to influence the local climate plans? So that these are inputs that you want to make, to the city, and they would want to then take those inputs forward as they strengthen the implementation of their climate action plans or the local action plans going forward. So some of the actions, I wouldn't want to say further because then I'll be giving you more of the responses. So I would want to hear your thoughts on what those local action plans could be. Okay, I'm just giving you a minute so that I can be able to manage time and get my colleague to come over as well. Okay, I think in the interest of time, let me then ask you colleagues who would want to volunteer to provide a feedback. You can just look at all three questions at a go so that we don't look at each question at a time for the sake of time. So if you can just volunteer to give us your inputs on the three questions that we have asked. I already see a hand at the back over there. If you can please come in. The floor is yours.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I'm just going to answer the second question, which is relating to how can we change our way of thinking, and then how can these changes be implemented? So first things first, I think the biggest thing we should look at is the academic structure. If we were to tackle that, let children learn about climate change. As much as we are prioritizing technology, as much as we are prioritizing mathematics, let climate change be something we know from a younger age. Let it be encoded in our DNA, in our memories. Same way we are able to remember some of these things from natural science while we were younger, it would be very much impactful if students or the children, specifically the ones in primary, were taught about these things, learn these things, until they reach the stage that when they enter tertiary, instead of having to learn about climate change from UNICEF for the first time, they already have that embodiment of climate change and know what is it that they can do in terms of climate change. Unlike having to say that we are prioritizing these certain skills like your mathematics, etc., and ignoring that climate change is indeed an issue which they can face for the future. That is my opinion. If you have any, you can please fill in.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think you are spot on that in terms of that particular focus on changing our curriculum from the primary level. But I see another hand at the back there, and yeah, in fact, there are a couple of hands now. Can't see you. Yeah, but just in front, I think row 3, and then I'll give other opportunities. Just simple, easy, quickly, and then we can move on. Thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would also like to tackle question number 2, loss and damage. So, okay, not really loss and damage, but how we can change our ways. I would like to use an example of a representative from the traditional healers, the speaker on traditional healers. I think once we start changing our mindset about how we view resources like rivers, water resources, if we start seeing them as living beings, then we would know that no one would like to interfere, let alone contribute to the damage or contamination of such important resources. And also the strict enforcement of our environmental laws. We see signs all the time next to a government facility or a clinic that says no littering. However, that has become a dumping site. What happened to the strict enforcement? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Mindset when it comes to water and strict enforcement of the bylaws. And thank you so much for that. Any other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah, I think over there I see 2 hands. Yeah, you can take, and then she can come after you as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we came up with the solutions with like my teammate, Hope, sitting next to me. So we thought that let us collaborate with the stakeholders. When I'm talking about the stakeholders, I'm talking about like the community members. One of the biggest electricity making companies like Eskom. Let us include them in such discussions. Let us hear their views. Let us include them in the budget that we set to solve climate change problems. And also, let us include the stakeholders such as like a very simple example or a very simple way to include the community is through the children or through the youth, like using schools. Let us go to schools. As the chairperson or the president of UNICEF has said that let us include climate change on the syllabus. Let us make it compulsory for them to learn. Let us include it in question papers. Let us make the Department of Education to actively participate on this, because this is an issue that affects all of us. So everyone has to play their part. So in terms of also the youth, I was like, I am a former debate speaker. I have like, it creates a very big impact. Like for an example, the road safety is using debate speakers, like debate competitions, in order to get solutions from young people. Like young people are very much smart and they are very much informed and also innovative. So let us bring such to the table. Let us host heated debates about these matters, because like with debates, like I noticed that a lot of solutions were coming out there. That's why a lot of, like, including like the road safety, Department of Disaster Management, they were using such platforms to get solutions from the youth. So let us collaborate as a nation, because it affects all of us. Let us not be like it's a UNICEF or environmental scientists matter. Let us bring the community members. Let us bring the young, fresh blood. That's basically all.
Thank you so much. Any input? Thank you so much for that input. I think it's emphasizing the issue of, curriculum development, education, clear communication. Anyone with something different responding to the other areas? Okay, I think you can come. Yeah, yourself, yes.
To add on what everyone has said, I feel like what's important is to kind of institutionalize the issue, make it a national thing rather than just a limited thing to certain organizations. So the best way to do that is make the importance of actually fighting against climate change a cultural thing. And how do you do that? The most effective thing of actually culturalizing something is through education. And how can we do that? We can do that just like how other people have said, to actually make it a compulsory thing within the education system. But not only highlight the issues, but we can also, like the education system within that context should also bring forth solutions. So people should know about biogas, because a lot of people don't know what biogas is. People should know about biodegradable materials, because a lot of people don't know what those things are. And if we can do that, it's much easier to implement or to work towards a world where everything is far more environmentally friendly. So that's my input.
Okay, thank you. Another one on education. Thank you so much. The other one different to education. I think we can just take two last, I think, maybe. Yes. All right. Those who are going to be speaking, please, if you can introduce yourself. I want to believe, Program Director, that most of them are the youth. But please, if you can just introduce yourself so that we can be able to record your name. There's a hand there on Yeah, just there in front, is it blue or, yeah? Yeah, yourself, yes. And then the white can follow. The white top.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Atlehang Leo from UNICEF SMU Club. And I think I'm going to come with a different perspective. It's also pertains to, it's actually to question 3. How does this influence our local climate action plans? So I think we need to get rid of the old way of thinking of things. You see, an example that I want to make is that the city designs a plan and then the community has to adapt. You see, I think we need to get rid of that old way of thinking, and but rather, like in addition, it's to plan, and plans are shaped with community leaders. So we need to target our community leaders. We need to go out into, I'll speak on the community that I'm coming from, community Karankua. So we need to find out who is the leader of Karankua and some of the leaders from Karankua, and actually bring them to these type of places, because they never get to see it. They only adapt to what the city has, the city of Tshwane is trying to do. Then I also want to elaborate on accountability. So we need to keep someone accountable. If things are not being delivered, who is taking accountability for their actions, and make the stories tangible and personal. I think that's, in matters of the heart, I think we can all agree that if we do have a heart change, then things will change. So let's make stuff that are tangible and personal to like personal experiences. Then I think I will just close on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, for tackling number 3, the co-creation and accountability. Let's have, I don't know, don't I have any hand this side before I get, because it's always like the other one is dominating. Or is it Tshwane, that side, TUT, is it TUT? Or tax, or which one is it? Okay, let's try this side, and then we'll come over there. We'll close from our side. Okay? Floor is yours, yeah?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. My name is Jabulani Tema. I want to speak to the long-term resilience, especially in relation to transport. The government, all 3 spheres of government have got the financial muscle to contribute to climate action programs. Imagine if our government can shift a policy to say that every department that needs to purchase vehicles, at least 30% should be electric vehicles. And then every employee who is subsidized by government for a vehicle, that kind of car should be at least a hybrid or a full electric vehicle, how far we can go as a country. So that, if I can see that policy shift, I think we can move forward as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One last this side, and then we can, I can hand over to my colleague to take over. I know there's a lot of interest. You're still going to keep those for the session that is going to be coming, but let me have that hand over there with a white top.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Solo Mahanu from Subsea Environmental Solution. I would like to address the first answer. The first question, are you seeing a difference between the current and the future? Very. What is happening is that until there is political will in order to change the policies and the understanding of politicians in this matter, then there will be a future. But with the current practice, of the politicians that we have. Yes, it's a different matter to can have a vision or whatsoever of the future. I don't see the future with the corruption that is there. Climate change, in order for us to deal with climate change, we need to have funds, adequate funds. But with the corruption that is there, when people stealing billions, then it's a challenge for us, for the whole country. So that needs to change. And in issues of enforcement of the bylaws, when we have this kind of programs, these dialogues or these sessions, we must see to it that we invite those who enforce the bylaws. We can't have these sessions where metropolises are not represented, especially those who are at the ground. We need to have those people. Because of every day, illegal dumping is increasing. But we have metropolises who are busy with the transport issues there. They can't even enforce the bylaws in terms of waste. So that's my challenge, basically, in order to deal with this climate change scenario. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think let me close it here by saying that when Tshwane strengthen their local plans, it's not only building resilience for residents, but also strengthening South Africa's nationally determined contributions and other commitments that South Africa has. So my colleague Mapula is from DFFE. She's going to take over from here to speak about how we can best localize those international, national policies into practical actions on the ground.
Thank you, Ravilani, and good afternoon, everyone. Can I check if there's somebody from a career of auditing? Anyone from auditing? Yes, so I wanted to do an audit here. I think there's some problem. There's too many TUT alumni here. I wanted to start auditing from the mayor's side to the speakers, to everybody, and other colleagues in the floor. I sense that there's a problem. I'm a TUT alumni myself. Some of you were not born in the years when I was at TUT. And I think I'm inspired by having you guys here. But maybe let me check. We've got an auditing person, somebody from finance, project management, related careers. The TUT crew, UP. How are we going to get climate finance? Okay, engineering. There's engineering. We've got engineers who do storm and biogas stuff for us. Natural sciences. Okay, we've got natural sciences. What other careers are here that we want to hear about in terms of that are relevant from the climate change? Any career that you feel that without this career, this climate action is not going anywhere? Which one? Yes, ma'am. Economics. Is it not economics who got us into trouble? We got the global economic crisis in 2008, and we're still struggling to recover. Speak. You can talk.
As a global community, we got into trouble because the economists back then, frequently over history, did not want to change and innovate. Okay. And over time, because the economics did not want to change, politicians became involved. Hence now, it's as if we're competing for each other's positions. No one does not want to do their job adequately. And I'm really hoping that in the coming generation, we can have economists who understand that yes, there's the past, there's the present, but the future may not look like the past and the present.
Okay, thank you for that. This side, any career that you feel climate change needs this career? Yes, ma'am. And yeah, you can say, yeah. Accounting. Ooh, those numbers. Eish, we see flames with your accounting. Put the mic on.
I'm Christine Paul. How will you manage the finances, especially without the accounting students?
Okay.
Or accountants?
Okay. Any other last career? I'll go there, yeah? Yes, you take up, yeah? Yes, you.
Yeah. So another career that I would like to emphasize is environmental sciences. So in environmental sciences, you can have people who are going to deal with legislations, laws, and policies which are about the environment, people who are going to work with public participation, create transboundary policies and agreements among countries and all of that. Also, environmental sciences can fall in waste, whereby we deal with waste management, transportation, disposal methods, and all of that. And also environmental science, whereby we do a lot of testing of water, like is it okay for drinking, whereby we test everything, the pH, whereby we get rid of the wastewater management, wastewater treatment plants, whereby, and then, yeah, a lot of things I can talk all day. But yeah, environmental sciences also plays a role, I think, in everything: the air, the soil, climate change, sustainability, participation, this thing of like maybe educating the society on the environment. So yeah, let me not take too much.
Thank you. I'll take 1, 2, and then I'll do overview, and then I'll open again for questions. There's a guy behind you, my dear.
Greetings to everyone. So yeah, I would like to basically create awareness of, right here, so I'm from UNICEF SMU, so I'm Sepa from UNICEF SMU. So I'm from an institution where it's basically health sciences majority. So it would be kind of be interesting to bring health professions in the space as a form of inclusion. So if we don't have an inclusion or cultivating a youth in which we will be collaborating amongst other professions as well, how will they be included in such conversations? And how would you expect us to not be limited in terms of information and accessibility in terms of being alignment into the goals that we're venturing into as the city? So yeah, I would like to create awareness of, let's bring other professions in the table so they as well might be included in these talks that we're having as the municipality and yeah, as the youth as well. And yeah.
Can I take you and then the lady next to you, and then I will do some reflections here. You with the green, yeah, you, yeah, and then after, because you had your hand almost also, and then after you do with that lady, and then I'll do an overview, and then we'll go to the questions that we need to also address. Yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Solomon Kutimela from Walter Student Environmental Center. I think also social sciences careers will also address the climate change. In social science we have two, we have geography and history. Both of them, I mean history, then we can trace where does this come from. What we experience today, what led to that, and so we can trace it from the past. And then Geography then will address the land in general and the climate of that area in general, and then we'll be able to understand what leads to what. Thank you.
Yes, you can come in and so Chair, I'm allowing this because we're already also addressing question 2 about some of the different actors, and I'm sensing the youth and the academia. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. People are hungry for climate action, Chairperson. 1, 2, 3, yes.
Thank you. I also feel like one very important career that is often overlooked is the arts. This is one platform that can champion awareness. It can speak to all the other careers. Someone can create a theatrical performance that could touch people, could look at aspects of finances, geography, social sciences, everything. So the arts, media, even, I remember just briefly, there was a TV commercial on, I remember it said, scrutinize HIV to HIV. I still remember it to this day. And I was afraid of contracting HIV just by watching that. So if we could have media and arts being involved in championing climate action, we could come a long way. Okay.
And then yeah, and then you, and then there, and then
Ntapeng Moale from C40 Cities. Actually, my point was also around the media and film industry. We get like educated a lot on, social issues on TV, just your daily programs, SABC One, that, a lot of communities have access to. I think if we could, share our stories and our impact on how we tackle climate change and the issues that we are facing and how certain, cities and certain communities are tackling these challenges, I think that could also spread awareness and change mindsets and perceptions in a way. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, there was a hand, yes, this side, yeah.
Hello, my name is Merek Imatowa from Bagiri Energy Vitri Consortium. I'm with my colleague here, Nomalanga Skosan. So, the other thing that is important, we need to involve churches. Once we involve churches, I think there's a lot of traditional churches, and then we can even involve traditional leaders. We can even involve farmers, because farmers, they're dealing with a lot of crops, animals, and the other one is media as a whole, and then recreation centers, creation art, musicians, artists, soccer, rugby, all of them, maybe tennis, cricket. So you need all the stakeholders, especially on creation art industry, because it's the voice of the people and it's the voice of the nation. And not forgetting about women, because when a woman talks, the country listens. When the woman talks, we grow. So women, they can carry a big deal on these challenges that we are facing today about climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, Konjo, who answered the audit? Was it you who answered? You said you're from audit. Oh, okay. I was worried because I thought the guy who said audit, I thought it's the guy who spoke about TUT. So, the environmental science, and I just want to share with you a bit of a story, and why I'm sharing it is because there are TUT people here. So I did analytical chemistry at TUT in the 90s, and some of the things you are sharing is very interesting because in 1996, environmental chemistry module was introduced when we were doing chemistry back then, and I need to be honest, I hated it because we were like, we just want to be in the lab and do the analysis. Don't bring the environmental stuff and make us do paper recycling and collect papers and do paper. So the point I'm highlighting is we need to also recognize that sometimes the answers are in front of us in a sense that at the time when TUT already 1996, almost, is it what, I don't know how many years, almost 30 years now. Now I'll reveal my age also. That the TUT has been upfront with environmental issues. So I think let's acknowledge what they are doing there. And that, of course, comes from the natural science. But what I'm also hearing is that transdisciplinary knowledge generation is what is needed. And I've heard from our economists who's saying they are also changing, but I'm also hearing other people from engineering, they are saying we need each other. We need to be talking to each other about the skills that the universities are bringing. And I'm also conscious that there are also TVET. I'm not sure if they are represented here also. And I'm just taking this opportunity to focus more on education on the basis of the majority of the people that are here. So the point is, so with the DBE, Department of Basic Education, we have what we call Fundisa for Change. We do try to incorporate environmental and climate change in the curricula for all the subjects, geography, science, all these subjects that are there. But what is also interesting is, remember that we are competing with other things that they want to teach you at basic education level. But I'm just saying there are efforts. There's a formal program that the Department of Basic Education is doing to make sure that education starts at that level. Of course, we work with higher education and Department of Science and Innovation when it comes to tertiary-related education. Having said that, I acknowledge that many of the things are already happening on the ground. But then I would also want to say then, as already is coming up on issues of biogas, how to deal with waste, the issue I think is more, how do we scale the good things that we are already doing so that our climate responses can be impactful. Just a slight background on the NDC in case some of you may have missed the point, why are we doing the NDC? So with the NDC, 1972, I wasn't born myself. that at least I can give you. I was not born in 1972. But when there was the first World Summit on addressing unsustainable practices, and back then, and up to when we had the World Summit on Sustainable Development in 2002, many of the practices were very unsustainable. When you look at how things have been happening back then and how things are happening now, I think there has been progress in terms of, changing the policies, but also changing the practices. To have a city that has got electric vehicles that are also part of the fleet. I mean, in 2010, when we had the Green Economy Summit, people didn't they didn't understand back then what do we mean by the green economy. And I think the green economy is here, and I think the transition is happening. And why I want us to also grasp the word of transitions is to say transitions take long. Of course, we don't have much time, but they can take 10 to 50 years. If you look at how we changed from using maybe horses to even using cars, it took about 50 years for that transition to happen, or even how you move from steam trains up to getting to electric vehicles. The point I'm highlighting is some of the things take time, but I want us to recognize that compared to where we were in 1972 and in 2002 and where we are now, we have the Climate Change Act. And that's why now when we go into the NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution, which comes under the international agreement, the issues are now about implementation, to say, yes, we commit to this thing, but how are we going to finance them? Yes, we are already experiencing losses and damages to our assets and our livelihood. How are we going to get, when you have a damaged house or vehicles, you see now when heavy hailstorms 2-3 days ago are coming, and insurance will send you an SMS. They say, make sure you get into cover, because insurances are also nervous about whether they will afford to replace your assets if they do get damaged. So the issue is, with the NDC, the country is saying, yes, we recognize that the impact already felt. We recognize that the efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. However, let's talk about how we deal with losses that we're already experiencing. How do we finance this transition that is happening? And it is in this context that I think cities are already far ahead. Most of the time, at least for me, I learn when I'm engaging in a stakeholder like this. And I appreciate the learning that is coming. That back then, when we were trying to sell the ideas, it was not clear, but now it's about people, the awareness is there, but it's about how then do we scale our efforts. Having said that, and drawing also from the morning discussions, 3 questions I'm tasked with to say, what enabling actions, so having heard what we've heard so far, what other enabling actions do we think are necessary, including on partnerships, but also what different actors? I like that the earlier session, in my view, was about the youth and the role of academia that then needs to play a specific role about the type of education and how transdisciplinary the education becomes. And lastly, what local initiatives or ideas can we start building on immediately? As I say, I recognize that there are many other initiatives, but one of the questions is, and I'm hoping there are people who are taking notes to say what those initiatives are that we can start scaling immediately. And we've already heard about some of them, and there will be a collection of those. So in the last few minutes that I still have with you, let's focus on these 3 things: the enabling actions that you need to highlight, but other different actors that you think needs to be brought into to these discussions, and other local initiatives and ideas that you think maybe this one we haven't touched on and you still want to maybe emphasize the role of that idea that can be done immediately. So those are the 3 tasks that I'm being assigned. Maybe we can take the first round where we do like we did earlier, talk to your neighbor and deliberate on this, and then in about a minute or so, we will then come back to the floor, and then you can hear your responses, and then you can tell me that we'll have maybe 2 or 3 rounds of this. You can tell us at the time which question that you are addressing out of the 3, and I think we'll be flexible like that. Thanks. So spend a few minutes with the person next to you, deliberating the enabling actions, other different actors, and other ideas that you think can be done or built on immediately. Okay, any takers? Let me start this side. I don't want to be biased. This side, your turn. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. As we were walking towards the garden back there, we saw how many taxis are on the street of the city. So I think we should also consider partnering with those taxi associations because they play a huge role in polluting the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hand this side? Going on. Oh, why? Okay, let me take you at the corner there. And then you, after you, yeah. So I'll start with you and then I'll go there. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arifente Keswa, and I am from UNICEF SMU.
From?
So, UNICEF SMU,
Oh,
Health Science University.
Okay.
Yes, we're another university that's also part of this initiative, alongside with TUT.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, I heard all the speakers in the first session when the floor was open for questions. However, I think that one thing that we need to take into consideration is the role of government in this. And if I'm not mistaken, I only see the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment here. But we need a holistic government or departments in the government to approach this, right? So this includes taking along the Department of Education, as the speakers have mentioned, but also taking along the Department of Health, taking along the Department of Finance, right? Because if the finance minister says, I don't understand these initiatives, so I think that I'm going to prioritize other matters over the matters of climate action and the environment, and then obviously, of course, the work we're doing right now can kind of be futile, if you will. So I think that we need to take a holistic approach, include all those government departments, and emphasize the importance of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. The lady at the back there.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Delebzo Zediela, and I am from UNICEF TT Harangwa campus, right? So I'm just gonna touch base. Sorry, I'm just gonna touch base on all three questions and also the questions that were asked earlier on, right? So the first thing, I think that we just need to enable society as a whole, because we can't just focus on a small group of people when global warming is a challenge that then affects society as a whole, right? And reason being that I say that we need to enable society as a whole, because if you go into, for example, deep rural area like Garankuwa South, where we are from, go ask any random child about what global warming is or what climate change is. They're not going to give you any clear answer on that, because of the fact that they lack education on it, right? And as much as we do hear your point when you say that the education system does try to then engage in these things or touch base on these topics, like, we feel as though it's not given enough coverage to then combat the issue as a whole, due to the fact that it is a growing issue that we have in society. And if we're still going to look at it at just face value and not necessarily attack it at the root cause of it, then we are not actually doing anything. What we're doing here is then futile and has no face value, because of the fact that we can't then say we want to attack global warming as a city, but then we're only looking at the small parts of it, which is your petrol fuel cars and all these other things, while the actual root cause of global warming is the lifestyles that we live as individuals. So the change has to first come within us as individuals, to then say that this is how we're going to combat an issue at the magnitude of global warming, right? And what are the different actions that we as the youth require within this thing? We don't just say that the city of Tshwane must come in and help us with it, but then we also want it to be at a national level, on the basis that we can't just say we're combating something in a city front, and then when we go outside of the city, what then do we run into? We run into polluted air that is unbreathable. Sometimes when you even come to town in the morning, like, you can't even breathe because of the smell that you pass or anyway. So I think we should first start by asking ourselves questions as individuals. We see what lives are we then living, and what do those lives necessarily have, and how does that life actually contribute to this social ill of climate change. And I do agree with everybody that's spoken so far on the issue of education, but I also agree that we can't just solely place that burden on top of the Department of Forestry. We need to branch out a bit more. Let's have more interactions like this with other stakeholders, like maybe the Department of Electricity for one, because coal factories or coal mines are one of the biggest contributors of global warming within this country. Why isn't that we're not talking about solutions like moving on to more sustainable energies for one? Thank you.
So maybe I can reflect quickly to the two questions or reflections because they are related to governance issues, and I'm just reflecting because for the benefit of our youth to explain how the climate governance is, which includes even the NDC, which is at international level. So how you see the city structured in terms of different departments within the city. You've got transport, waste, water, energy within the city. The same structure gets replicated at the province level. You've got those provinces also, transport, education, health. But even nationally, we also have those sectoral departments. And why I want to highlight this is, if you look at the Climate Change Act, and that started even in the National Environmental Management Act in 1998. So we've got what we call Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. So these departments, they are listed in the Climate Change Act to say these are the things they need to be doing in terms of the climate change responses. So there is already work, of course it's not perfect, but there's already work to say, transport, when you exercise your mandate, make sure that there's climate change issues, water, energy. And energy, I think, is one of the highly active sector because of where we find ourselves with the energy issues and the just transition. So just to explain to you that, and when you compare to 20 years ago as environmental affairs, when we used to just look at butterflies and frogs and crocodiles, now we realize that climate change is a socio-economic, it's a geopolitical issue, and hence all these discussions across these different departments. But sometimes when we look at how things evolved, actually we realized, I think we worked ourselves out of our jobs. I was talking to Rabi earlier because now these departments talk even far more commitments than us. So there has been progress in terms of mainstreaming, and earlier we saw the transport presentation that showed about mainstreaming. So how it works is that as the environment and climate change, we define what that is, but what is important is to then mainstream it into these other big infrastructure, these nicely managed sectors where things are happening. So I just thought, let me explain to you the multi-level governance of the climate action to say all these sectors are required then by law to then make the responses, being it within the city, within the province, but also within national. And that's why with all this input, when then it goes to international, that should already then be informed by the discussions we are having here. So, any new hands? Who hasn't spoken before? When I spoke before, can I have the one? Yes, the lady with the white. You did speak earlier, ne? That's environmental science. Yes. So you can talk, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I am Elile Tunogumla. I am from the TT UNICEF campus. I'll be talking about not to offend anyone. However, in order for us to progress, we should rule incompetence, because sometimes we do actually have the resources, to be honest. We have environmental science students. We have people who actually are environmentalists. We have partnerships with international people. We have embassies that are coming here. And we have partnership with those people. However, it's the competence. Because unfortunately, if we can say so many things, we can have so many solutions, we can even have the funds. However, if people are incompetent of doing anything or even progressing at all, then we are basically in trouble. So I'm trying to highlight that even though people should be held accountable, without accountability, when people do take it, what actions are going to be done? What disciplinary actions are going to be done? Will that situation actually still be solved, even if it was not fixed before? Do you understand? I'll just have that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll take that blue hat, and then you can come after, yeah. The guy in the blue cap, yeah.
Alright, so greetings to everyone. I'm going to run away a little bit from the heavy-hitting topics such as governance. Right, so with immediate action, Madam, I would like you to look at the number of volunteers, not just students, but volunteers that you have in this room. This is not the actual capacity of volunteers that we have, number one. And I'm speaking from an SMU student perspective. We left a lot of people who would have loved to be here.
we left a lot of people who'd love to engage. And I'm very sure it could be the same thing with TUT Harankua. Now, we are both from the same region, right, of the city. So, with immediate action and how you can be enabling also, we're a group of volunteers. We're not asking really for a lot. We do have things that we want to do, but sometimes we can't do them because of limitations. But you are trying to create a movement. And I'm very happy that we're here as the youth, and we're a youth from a very specific place. I would like to challenge you to say that take UNICEF SMU and UNICEF TUT, put us together, give us a project in Harankua, and see what kind of youth movement you can make from the collaboration of volunteers as well as the government involvement. Like, you see, these two things don't usually interact. And if you could just experiment and see what we can do as a collaborative, not just isolating SMU, not just isolating TUT or the government working alone, but coming together, all of us, and seeing what we can do in Harankua. Once we do this, then it will be up to you to see that, yes, the youth are everywhere, but how are you then using them? Because you have so many schools around here. Literally, a lot of schools. You can even find some on the same street, right? A cleanup is basically, can be as simple as what? Picking up paper. You can literally provide safety for the students as they literally just go down the street picking up paper. It's not a huge action, but it is a start, and it helps you start from a clean slate when it comes to now going into the bigger things, such as once you've removed the waste of the streets, you can now then focus on what? Waste management, proper disposal, teaching children and people how to recycle, how to do all these things properly. Because why? You have a foundation where you are actively engaging the youth. And the youth are, they're a very important resource that you have, but I feel like you overlook them. I don't know, it's because we are still at a smaller position. Even at that smaller position you think we are at, make use of the youth, because we outnumber you, one. We outnumber you on the ground. Let me be specific. We outnumber you on the ground. We can do more than you on the ground, but you can at least help us, because it's not like we can buy 1,000 black plastics, for example. We can provide all those. That's meaningful.
Okay, then it was you. Chairperson will guide me when I should start rapping, but yeah.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Kenneth Moyo. I'm from Sefako Makgatho Health Sciences University, and I'm under the UNICEF organization, and I'm an environmental science student. So my view is, as Tshwane, we must look at the major contributors of air polluters and focus on them. Like, if we're having factories around, like, we must check where most of the pollution comes from. We must look at the source of all of these environmental issues. If most of this pollution are coming from industrial activities, then more focus must be put on that specific industry. Let's say, for example, we're having a factory somewhere. You must put more focus on that factory, because it is the one that is causing more pollution in Tshwane. By putting more effort, by putting more focus on them, you must put there maybe environmental assessors who will be checking the data on a daily basis to make sure that the factories follow the rules and the minimum emissions that are required. And we must also put people who are reliable and compatible, people who will not be taking bribes and a form of corruption. And also, the most or the biggest factor in this thing of climate change is the balance between the environmental sustainability and the economic benefits. So as the nation, we are more focused on the economic benefits. If now you are owning a factory or you are owning a farm or everything, you are looking at the economic factor water. You are looking at making more money. You are looking at cutting more trees. You are looking at harvesting more coal, which releases more carbon dioxide, which releases more methane, nitrous oxides, and all of that. So we must somehow find a balance between environmental sustainability and economic benefits. Because now, let me make an example. If now, cutting one tree per day, you get 10 rand, you will want to cut more trees because you will want to make more money. And also, not only you, the source, also the nation in a whole, they also would want more trees cut because they are going to take those trees and sell them outside and make more money. So this thing must be looked at, the balance between environmental sustainability and economic benefits, because that is where things are going wrong. This thing of climate change is affecting a lot of health. If you check, for example, in South Africa, you can check at Witbank, whereby it is well known for coal emissions. If you go to Witbank, you see even the air that is not conducive for a human being. But then the areas like Witbank are just not monitored that much. We are having children there who are inhaling all of those emissions from a young age, who later in life will be having respiratory diseases, who will be having asthma and all of those complications. This is also affecting the health of human beings, mostly young children and also pregnant women. Pregnant women could also be could also lead to the baby being born with different cognitive diseases or impurities because of the state of the environment. We are being exposed to high concentrations of smoke and all of that. Also, the things that we can do. There are some things that working. I know most of the focus must be put on the people who produce more of these things, just like factories. But we must also not forget that individually, everyone has an effect on the environment. So our day-to-day basis must be focused on environmental sustainability. We must not just neglect the environment, because some people have the tendency of saying, no, let me just throw this tin or this paper to the ground. It won't have that of an effect. But if you check, if now everyone in this whole world throws one paper or one tin to the ground, the collective or the collection of all of those tins and papers add up and causes a lot of major impacts. So those small actions that you do every day, every week, every once or not, they are also considered in this thing of climate change and environmental degradation. But I won't take much of the time because I can talk all day. I will end this by saying, let us be environmentally sustainable. Let us use the natural resources today to meet our needs, so as to also meet the needs of the future generations. And let us take care of our natural resources, because some of our natural resources are infinite, meaning that they are not going to be there forever. One of them is water, which is one of the greatest problem that we have in the world. Water scarcity, and then water purification and everything. So let me just end here, because there's a lot to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I think that is where I'll hand over back to the chairperson, but I think I would like to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for making time to be here and engaging, but also to say that don't take it lightly, the responsibility that you are entrusted with, and as well as the knowledge that you are getting from your different institutions as well as from your communities, but there's a whole lot of work for us as a collective to do. I think we did try to look at different ideas and different actors and what they can do on the climate responses. And I will stop it here and hand over to the chairperson, and we'll wait for the audit report on the status of TUT alumni. Thank you.
A very big round of applause to our co-presenters. And I must applaud you as well to say that you were quite patient with us. I also understand that we have, unfortunately, due to time constraints, have to not disregard, but skip some of the hands that I was seeing. There was enough energy to take us another 2 days. By the way, that's also another reason why, as much as this is our inaugural one, Ausdora, it shows that our next one should really be a full 2 days, engagement, and probably even allow commissions, so that we go to a bigger space. If it means the arena, so be it, but we definitely are looking at that space. And as I am heading to call upon my co-pilot to prepare this flight for landing, I have got just one ambush, last one. And I must emphasize that it will be for exactly 45 seconds. Jeanette, when I was back there, you whispered in my ear, and unfortunately I'm going to expose you. Jeanette is with the CSIR, and she's asking for projects that are climate related. And some of them actually are already happening, as you heard from the panel here. So in just 45 seconds, what is it that you are compiling? How can they get rid of you? And then we will call upon Usisdora to close.
Thanks so much, Jay. Yes, I have spoken to some people about it already, but it's for Gauteng Department of Environment, and it forms part, some may know about the Climate Change National Information System. It's one small aspect of it, where we are looking at what is already there, but we specifically need from NGOs and private sector, we need projects like many of those that has been mentioned today, to be in a database so that one can see what is happening, where, what impact it has, that one can have more of a collaborative approach and monitor and look at, are we actually doing what we want to be achieving in terms of climate change in the different sectors? Because it is also in different sectors, health, agriculture, whatever the sector. So I have a link to a very short survey which asks for the basic information. So if it's possible to share that link, there's one in Google Forms and one in Microsoft Forms, depending on what people prefer. But even if they just put the basic information in there in terms of contact person and type of project, the more the better, obviously. But so that we can follow up with them, that would really be helpful, so that we can have a better understanding of all the projects that are happening either are happening or happened in the recent past in Gauteng and city of Tshwane specifically. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And I suppose it will feed into what has been echoed around this chamber in terms of awareness. So partly that is going to go into profiling what is happening, but also hopefully matching with resources in terms of those that want to take their projects further. You are getting that permission to share your link so that colleagues can just assist you with that. I've heard a lot from biogas, people saying we have neglected that aspect, which can actually improve the work of our reclaimers. Most of our reclaimers, they get into bins, they want just this PET, but it's full of mohodu and porridge and nappies and so forth. So one of those, immediate interventions will be starting to just separate wet waste or organic waste from dry waste, and we will go a long way to that. And as I retire, allow me to thank each and every one of you, as much as my co-pilot will be doing the proper thanks and acknowledgements. But why I'm thanking you is that today, and I know that it might surprise a lot of you, today is a special day, not only that we are having 10 years of the Paris Agreement or the 8 years of the United Nations, And not that is the beginning of, not only that is the beginning of the Transport Month, but today, this soul that is in front of you, exactly 30 years ago, started his first day as the employee of the city. And so today, it was the best celebration of marking my 30 years with the city of Tshwane. So I am therefore saying that my baton is ready to be handed over, and I'm glad that young people that have been part of the energy in this are willing to take it up and take it to the next level. In so saying, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure being with you, and handing over to you, Sister Dora.
I was whispering to Mapula, I thought, I was saying, when you said this soul, 30 years, I said, well, 30 years old. You look so young. So, yeah, wow, what a journey. So let's give him another round of applause. So we can safely say that the city of Tshwane is an employer of choice if we have one person who's been here for 30 years. So yeah, for the young people who are madly looking to explore their career, local government is a place to be. I think that Mpaka is just an example. So thank you so much for staying the course. We've come to an end of our day. This has really been very exciting, very pressurized. We could have had 5 days. I think we still would have not been able to exhaust the issues that we want to discuss. But I think it is safe to say that we have felt the energy and the vibrancy of this space. We have felt the heart of the stakeholders, the people of the city of Tshwane, who really are so heavily engaged and invested in making sure that the city is able to implement this climate action plan and not doing that solo, but in partnership with all the stakeholders. So this is very exciting. And I think for us as SALGA, the DFFE and ITLE, this is our third South African Town Hall COP. And I think there is the colleagues that have been in the other two will then testify to the fact that this actually, from an integration point of view, and again also from just having a large number of the audience being the youth, comes number one. I think the capital city has really set the bar quite high as far as that is concerned. And I think I felt the true spirit of multi-stakeholder engagement coming through. So let's give them a round of applause. The bar is high, but we still have to go to other provinces and engage with other municipalities. So let's see what happens. So just a couple of things that came out from these conversations, and I think also as part of the way forward. What now? I think what has been very clear is the fact that there is a lot of awareness raising and engagement and dialoguing on this issue that needs to happen. And I think the city has been listening. It means that when we come back to the second installment of the Town Hall COP, there would have been quite a number of engagements in between. So we won't wait for another Town Hall COP to have these conversations. I think it is very clear that the city is going to be investing quite a lot. It's already invested and is going to accelerate this engagement and really taking the awareness raising even further. Then secondly, we heard about the executive mayor spoke about the Climate Action Advisory Forum of the city of Tshwane. This process is going to be also being accelerated. You need to really pay attention and engage. If you don't see anything, if you don't hear anything from the city, do find out. We heard about this. Where is this process? And the city will work with all of you to be able to then implement this and identify the people who will be part of the forum. It is a multi-stakeholder platform that the city will have to put in place to be able to monitor or to implement and monitor its climate action activities. Thirdly, it is also very imperative that the urban greening work that has been done, I think this morning we had from the various organizations that are partners with the city on the various efforts that they are making. We got to see some of the pictures as they were presenting. We also saw, the excitement that happened yesterday with the activation at the high school, at Nel Mapias High School yesterday, and it is clear that that work needs to happen. And I think there's an open invitation that many of you who also would like to start, maybe you have not started, you've been thinking about it, feel free to come and knock at the doors of the city. Take hands with them, partner with them, initiate something in your neighborhood, in your area, in your community, so that we can expand the city's urban green footprint. We need more carbon sinks to be able to sink those tons of carbons that of carbon emissions that we saw this morning being displayed. So yeah, I think in a nutshell, this has been an eye-opener for all of us in terms of just taking stock of what the city has been doing, is currently doing, and also getting an insight in terms of what are some of the things that you see as being gaps. What are some of the areas that are not being explored? What are some of the opportunities that are lying there, and even some of the challenges? And I think the city has been here really listening, and we believe that as they progress on this work that they started, that they will be able to factor in some of those. And I think they've got all of your contacts, and again, there's an open door policy that you need to just come and approach them. In closing, I've been given a long list of stakeholders to acknowledge, and I believe it's very important because people really stayed the whole day here. We are going to acknowledge the following organizations who've been in attendance. And if your name is left out, don't look at me. Look at Ndatempache and Lutz and who else? Okay, they're pointing at each other, but definitely not me. That is the most important thing to remember. It's got nothing to do with me. It's got everything to do with the city colleagues. Mabopani Green Space, in collaboration with Consus Danish, something in brackets, the Backyard Farmers, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, traditional healers representatives that are here, the Danish Embassy that is prominently being here today, Madame Waste, Badiri Energy and Electrical, Indigent Field Workers, Sabia Biogas Organization, Walter Sisulu Foundation, RCL Foods, okay, ESCO Source, RTMC, the Road Traffic Management Corporation, here, V3 Consulting Engineers, UNISA, TUT that we cannot miss, right? So they've been very prominent. They were given a lot of airtime. Okay. City of Joburg, Adopt Moreleta Fruit Forum, Hope for Hopeless, the Vets Reproductive Health Institute, Sanka, CCBC, Kids Only Saidi, UP Consensus, I think they have been repeated, Salkia Environmental Solutions, AES, the Water Research Commission, Gauteng Department of Education, EcoSource, C40 Cities, CSIR, Sefako Mahato University, UNICEF, INES, EMS, Denmark, Embassy. Okay, all right. So this is when you write this kind of shorthand thing. So it's Embassy of Denmark, Embassy of the Netherlands, and lastly, CHIPS, CHIPRS. I don't know how to pronounce that, but those are some of the organizations that the city would like to acknowledge. Thank you very much for your patience, for your contributions, for your really just pouring out what you came here to deposit. And I think it is important that we acknowledge the role that you played in making this a success. Without all of you, there couldn't have not been a town hall COP. At least the first town hall COP of this city would have been something that we could not write home about. And I also just want to take this opportunity to thank many of the people who joined us virtually through the YouTube channel and other channels, because even though you are not in the room, we believe that, what was deposited here, you also were able to interact with it. And again, we extend an invitation to you to engage with your city, to know what is going on. There are plans underway. The city is leading by example in many areas that we had, and I think we just did not have enough time. And I think on behalf of organized local government, the South African Local Government Association, the colleagues at Italy, the colleagues at DFFE, and many others who are not here, who are part of this collective, I would like to thank you. And I think for us, it's been really a humbling journey that we could finally have this. For us, it is important because it is not only the city of Tshwane, but it's also the fact that we have got the executive mayor as a representative of organized local government on the Presidential Climate Commission, one of the two mayors that are representing us, the whole of South Africa. So it was important that she would lead by example. And we are really, truly humbled by the way that she has embraced this task. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. Very progressive.